Okay, we'll call the meeting to order here. Please silence your cell phones. If we have a cell phone ring, we ask that you donate $50 to the Wildlife Fund. Just so everybody knows. I'm gonna do a roll, pardon me? Warned, right? He's been warned, yeah. Gonna do a roll call. Commissioner Bell? Here. Commissioner Haskell?
Present.
Commissioner Mai? Commissioner Masterson? Commissioner Roberts?
Present.
And I'm Commissioner Jolovich. We have a quorum. So members of the public who wish to address the commission on any agenda item, please fill out a comment form located at the registration table and hand it to one of the department staff who will forward it to me. Assisting today are the Tina and Regina Show, I was informed, from the Sheridan region and Green River region respectively. If you are participating via Zoom, you should have submitted an advanced comment form prior to the start of the meeting. If you would like to comment on an agenda item, please contact the host of the meeting. As we work through the agenda, the public will have the opportunity to address the commission to ensure everyone has an opportunity to speak, and as a courtesy to others, please limit your time. Commissioners, red is hot, off is not hot. So can we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. First on the board, Meredith Wood.
Good morning, Commissioners, Director Bruce. Meredith Wood here to present your Commission FY26 budget final approval. I guess I need to do this, don't I? One thing I would like to emphasize and highlight, there have been 0 changes from the preliminary approval in March to the presentation today. And that has not happened in a long, long time. So we've worked really hard to get that consistent. Okay, so I'm just going to do a very brief review. Again, there's absolutely no changes. So we'll go over the standard budget, one-time budget, and then request final approval of both of those. So this slide just shows the changes that occurred for the standard budget between FY25 and FY26. Overall, there was a 3.5% reduction on the standard. Some of the significant changes there are vehicle purchases. There was a $2 million reduction. We did a review of our vehicle replacement policy and modified several of the minimum mileage requirements for our vehicle fleet. And made some adjustments, so we were able to delay the replacement of significant portion of those vehicles. And then CapCon and deferred maintenance project. This is mostly related to a replacement house for a game warden and a replacement house at a hatchery. We're doing a reset year in FY26 to evaluate 100% of our properties and figure out a prioritization schedule for those. And so that's that reduction. And then the $1 million for payable grants, that's really in 2 categories. One for local sage grouse working group, there was a reduction in the payable dollars available for that. And also the fellowship program, we're doing a reset and evaluation on the most efficient way to leverage the intent of that for students at UW. So this, again, this slide I threw in just as a reminder. Again, there's 2 main categories of dollars within your budget. One set of dollars that if we operate with the same level of personnel, payroll is what it is, as well as some of those other mandatory expenses, utilities, taxes, insurance, and then damage claims. You can see the list there, but essentially over half of the commission's budget is basically non-discretionary. It is what it is if we operate at the level we're operating as far as personnel goes. The remaining 40% is what has to cover everything else. So surveys, access, yes, travel, everything else is where the other 40% goes. So of that 100 million for FY26, this is just a real brief snapshot of where it's distributed. We have several divisions, as you're aware, across the agency, majority of which being in wildlife, fish, and services. Probably no surprise there. So that was our standard budget. FY26 one-time project budget. Again, we just threw a comparison on here between FY25 and 26. It was a 44% reduction there. There are 3 projects included for your FY26 one-time listed below for a total of 2.2 million. So with that, again, just to summarize, between FY25 and 26, standard and one-time combined is a total reduction of 5%. Standard budget, $100,117,860. One-time project budget, $2,221,625,000. And I will stand for questions and ask for commission's final approval.
Mr. President Pro Tem, if I may. Meredith, I really appreciate the work that you and Eric and the staff have done on the budget over the last, year. And to be able to present us a final budget that matches the preliminary one is a heck of a feat. And so I really appreciate that and applaud you for that. So thank you for all that work. The question I have, it may be more for the director. What caught my eye was the payroll figure, which, it is what it is. But we have vacant positions. So does that payroll amount include those unfilled positions, or would we have to come back if we get filled positions?
President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson, it includes vacant positions, although we also do an evaluation over like the last 5-year period, trends and vacancies. So we're not over budgeted in our payroll category, but we've never had to come back for payroll dollars. It includes budgeted or for payroll and fringe for vacancies.
Mr. President, if I might.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, thank you. Great job. If just want to go on the record again to address the reason why the feed grounds are seeing such a reduction of money, if you would, or have.
I'll turn that
I just
over
want to make sure it's clear to the public what the department's doing with that.
President Jolovich, Commissioner Roberts. Yeah, a great question. When we did our initial budget for the feed grounds, we were anticipating, obviously we don't know what the winter's going to do and how much feed we may go through. We did have a relatively minor winter, so we went through a lot less hay this past year. So going forward, we knew that there was a little bit of room there to take some of that money out of the feed budget for this fiscal year, and we would still be able to purchase the amount that we need to get the stocks up to full and be covered for this coming winter.
Thank you.
Anything else? I have a motion.
Yeah, Mr. President, I move to approve the standard budget, one-time budget and the final budget as presented.
Second. Bill? Discussion? Nothing? Well, let's have a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Same sign? Motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Meredith.
Thank you, Meredith.
I couldn't imagine the work.
She's a number cruncher.
Next up, Deputy Director Will Tanger and Jerry Johnson, ADMB.
Good morning, Mr. President, Director Bruce, members of the commission. The next presenter does not need an introduction, but I'll give it to him. Jerry Johnson from ADMB. He will present projects for funding for your approval.
Thank you, Mr. Wiltanger. President, Commissioners, I'm here again, as always, to present the request for the Animal Damage Management Board for the funding of the wildlife projects. This year, on May 13th and 14th, we reviewed $399,000 worth of projects. The projects that were selected totaled $320,500. And after being ranked, the projects selected for funding were as follows. One of the things I will mention this year is we had some additional money that we had from the Wolf Compensation Fund that we moved to fund some of these projects with. So there was additional money there. And the Wolf Compensation Fund with the legislature, they put $300,000 into that program. And so rather than leave that money sitting, we chose to put it towards these projects. The first project that we chose to fund was the Wyoming Game and Fish Large Carnivore Livestock Depredation Prevention and Control. That project was fully funded for $25,000. The second one was the University of Wyoming continuing project for the effects of predation of survival of the newborn mule deer herd in the Wyoming Range. That one was a request of $40,000 and it was funded for $35,000. Last year, the Game and Fish also brought this third project, and there was some delay on ear tags and whatnot. But this year, the request was again for $70,000, and that project was fully funded for $70,000. And that was the efficacy of non-lethal ear tags to deter grizzly bears and wolves in the upper Green River area. And hopefully that will be a very good project. Don't know what happened there. We'll try one more time. The fourth project is the Carbon County Predator Management District submitted a project for coyote removal in the Bags Savory Creek Mule Deer Fawning Grounds. That was fully funded for $15,000. Then Park County Predator Management District, the Clark River Mule Deer Project was also fully funded for $10,000. And then again, Carbon County Coyote Project for the Platte Valley Mule Deer Herd. Again, this one was fully funded for $15,000. Carbon County was quite popular this year. There was a coyote removal project for the South Ferris Mountain Antelope Fawning Grounds. Again, this was fully funded for $17,000. And then we had two raven removal projects. The first one, Natrona County requested $5,000. It was funded for $2,500. And the Carbon County Raven project was requested $44,000 and again funded for $2,500. Those projects, basically, that is the cost of the bait and the management of that for those sage grouse. And then Fremont County had continued their project for the Sweetwater Rocks Mule Deer Fawning project in the Hunt Area 97. They requested $30,000. This was funded for $20,000. And then of the $200,000 request, the game and fish funds will fund 8,000. And then the $12,000 balance will come from the ADMB general funds or any funds that were not used from any of the above projects. Sometimes maybe there's a few cents, pennies, things like that, dollars, whatever, that may not be fully accounted for. And we will use those funds to fund the Fremont County project to fully utilize that $200,000 that we're requesting from the commission. And then the following projects have been funded using the ADMB general funds and that additional $100,000. The Washakie County Predator Management District for their basin mule deer herd, they requested $6,000 and it will be funded for the full amount, $6,000. Lincoln County presented theirs for the herd unit 135 on the mule deer herd. They requested $30,000 and we funded that for $20,000. And then the next two were for Natrona County. Again, these are continuing projects. The first one for the Bates Hole mule deer herd, funded that one for $20,000 of $30,000 request. And then the Red Wall and Big Sulphur mule deer herd requested $30,000, funded for 20. Johnson County Predator District, they had a coyote removal to enhance sage grouse and mule deer in the area. They requested 30 and again funded 20,000. Converse County also had a project for sage grouse or for Sand and Sage Creek mule deer fawn survival. They requested 20,000. They voluntarily dropped their request down to $10,000. And so that was funded for the $10,000 that they voluntarily chose to drop their request. Niobrara County Predator Management District for the Manville Lance Creek area. That request was for $20,000 and funded for $10,000. And then final was the Wyoming Ag in the Classroom. This is their stewardship project for educator workshops. One thing that was requested by the board was to have them do a little more enhanced education, talking about how they work with predators in, to the kids in the classroom. And that one was funded for $2,500, and that has been pretty typical of that program. Again, there were 12 projects with coyote removal, and those were all basically presented through the Game and Fish local wardens. Any questions?
Mr. President, Mike, thank you for, looking at this non-lethal air tag up in the upper green. I think that, talking to the other states is everybody's kind of really watching us to see. I know our department's really dove into it, and as far as the people on the ground, and I appreciate everybody looking at that because whether it works or not, I hope there's some validity to it. I hope that if it does work, we're going to be in a lot better shape, and a lot of other states are going to thank us for that. So I appreciate that, and thanks for all your hard work that you did to put all this together. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for all your work that you put into it. And I'm going to ask you some embarrassingly basic questions. So your request to us today is for $200,000.
Yes, sir.
Got it. And then you went through projects, but then about halfway through, you hit a slide that says projects that have been funded. So do those projects, when that say have been funded, you're just reporting to us what you have already done?
Yes.
Okay.
All of those projects were fully allocated or to the amounts in May.
Okay.
Typically, we have always done a two meeting, but it was May and then June. So yes, all of these projects have been allocated.
And then the ones that preceded that are the ones that you anticipate and, you know, with $200,000, this is what you do.
Yes,
Got
and
it.
those projects are done based upon their ranking. And so we use those, you know, until the $200,000 is utilized, and then all the rest of those are funded through the 0317 general fund. I say ADMB, but they're general funds.
Got it. Appreciate it. Who makes up the ADMB? Who's on it?
The Animal Damage Management Board is probably a very unique board. It's all the way across. There is one sheep producer. There is one cattle producer. And then we have two sportsmen. We have one urban representative. We have one non-consumptive user. They're not supposed to have a tag or fishing license. In Wyoming, sometimes that's very difficult to find somebody that doesn't hunt or fish. And then we have a commissioner from the Game and Fish. We have all of the federal partners, the BLM, Forest Service, and or U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, and a voting member from Wildlife Services. And then it is co-chaired by the Game and Fish Director, Angie, and Doug Miyamoto from Department of Ag.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your work on this. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Oh, there we go.
No, Mr. President, I was gonna make a motion.
I'd accept a motion to fund
Mr.
$200,000
President,
ADMB.
yeah, I move to approve the project selected for funding by the ADMB as presented.
Second,
I'll second.
any discussion? No? All those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign? Passed. Thank you. Up next, licensed section manager Joshua Moulton. Morning.
Good morning, President Yelovich, Commission members, Director Bruce. Just here today seeking vote on application of one new license selling agent. We've got Leader Bar and Cafe in Leader. This will be the only license selling agent there. With that, the department recommends commission to vote to approve the new application for Leader Bar and Cafe in Leader. I'll stand for any questions.
Anybody? No?
Mr. President, I don't have any questions, but it's in my district, so I can make that motion to approve a licensed selling agent in which is the Lighter Bar and Cafe. If you haven't been to Lighter, it's a little bit of a wide spot on Highway 14 between Gillette and just past Arvada. So if it was a dirt road, it'd be a wide spot in a dirt road, but it's not. So anyway, they see a lot of folks up there, and there's some areas that we put some birds in up there. So I mean, I recommend we approve that.
Is that a motion? Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman, I would second Commissioner Bell's pork barrel project.
Okay. Okay. Any discussion besides that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, next up, Mark Smith. Good morning.
Morning, commissioners. As I was watching you all do your work yesterday afternoon, I thought this is a group of people who do some time talking about fishing. So that's what we're going to do. It's my pleasure this morning to present to you all proposed changes to Chapter 46 fishing regulations. So start out with a broad overview of the public engagement process that went into developing the proposals that I'm going to present to you all this morning. We started last year with a series of email-based surveys to anglers in our Casper, Cody, Jackson, and Laramie regions to get an idea of what they were seeing and what their opinions and ideas were based on fishing regulations. We used that information to develop a series of ideas for regulations that we took to the public back in January at some scoping meetings, and then used what we heard from the public at those meetings to further refine, to scuttle a few ideas, and to develop a series of proposals to take to the public formally. We held formal public meetings in Cody, Casper, Jackson, Rollins, and Laramie. We also held a virtual meeting that was open to anybody that we provided recorded on the Game and Fish website. So we really have 5 significant packages of changes that I'm going to talk to you about. There are some other minor changes that you'll find in the paper documents that I'm going to skip over in honor of your all's time. The first series of changes I'm going to talk about is a series of gear restrictions and seasonal spawning closure changes for sections of the North Platte River that are very popular fisheries, largely voluntary catch and release fisheries for wild rainbow trout. We don't stock many fish here. And this is largely fly fishing portions of the river, although much of the river is open to gear as well as bait. And to sort of frame a bunch of what I'm going to be talking about with the North Platte, I wanted to call your attention back to a year ago. Our biologist, Jeff Glade, had presented to you all about some disturbing trends we were seeing in these rainbow trout in these highly utilized catch and release sections of the North Platte River. And what we started to see over the last several years was more and more of our fish having these severe and massive facial and mouth injuries. And along with this, we're starting to see declines in condition of those fish. And essentially, these fish are just sort of wasting away. And we're concerned that that's actually becoming a drag on the population as a whole. So with that framing, we're proposing a couple of new definitions. The first definition that we're proposing is a definition of a peg detractor. A peg detractor would mean any bead, yarn, rubber strand, molded plastic, or other non-edible material fixed or pegged on a line or leader above a bare hook or artificial fly. And we're proposing that this definition supersede the existing trout bead definition. Essentially, we're trying to keep up with the methodology that anglers are using here. The picture on the bottom left there is the typical trout bead configuration. And what's unique to these peg detractors is the design is that the fish takes the bead or the yarn in the mouth. And when the angler sets the hook is actually drawn from the outside of the mouth and hooks typically in the outside of the jaw rather than inside the mouth in a typical fly fishing scenario. And so more and more anglers have graduated from the beads to now using these pieces of rubber and other materials with this same technique. Although we don't have solid scientific evidence, we're concerned that the advent of this technique sort of overlaps with the appearance of these more massive and severe injuries in the fish in the fishery. And so we have some concern that there might be some cause and effect here, although we're not absolutely certain. And we have concern again that these high rates of severe injury are suppressing the populations here. We're also proposing a new definition of single point barbless hook, which would mean a hook with a single sharpened point, either manufactured without that barb or having the barb removed or flattened. Double or treble hooks would have to have points removed so that only one point remained. And barbless hooks have been around for a long time. The barb we're talking about is this little point here. It's designed to keep the fish hooked once it is hooked. That's good for the angler, sometimes not so good for the fish. It often requires more handling of the fish to remove the hook if you're in a catch and release scenario, and also has a propensity for soft tissue damage as that barb is withdrawn from the mouth. So we're interested in beginning to use single barbless hooks in regulation because they're easier and faster to remove, and there's a lower probability of severe injury. And again, we have these concerns about what's happening on the North Platte. So now I'm going to talk to you about specific sections of the North Platte where we want to implement some of these new defined gear restrictions. And just to orient you, this is a map of the North Platte flowing from the bottom of the screen up towards the top here in Casper. And we have 4 very popular catch and release sections of the river. The upper stream, most one is called the Miracle Mile, exists below Cordes Dam, upstream of Pathfinder. Below Pathfinder Dam, we have a reach called the Cardwell Reach. Below Alcova, there's a stretch of the river called the After Bay, and below Gray Reef Dam, there's a section of the river called Gray Reef. So on the Miracle Mile, the most upstream portion, we're proposing a new gear restriction that fishing be permitted by the use of single point barbless hooks only. Important to point out here, we're not talking about not allowing bait or lures or flies. All gear would still be permitted, but every piece of gear would need to be using single point barbless hooks. So a Rapala with 3 hooks would be fine, but all of the hooks would need to be single point barbless hooks. Moving downstream at Cardwell. Cardwell already has an artificial fly and lure only requirement. We're proposing that we add single point barbless hooks to this requirement and that peg detractors be prohibited. Moving downstream to After Bay, proposing the same as at the Miracle Mile, that fishing be permitted by the use of single point barbless hooks only. And finally at Gray Reef, a couple things going on here. We're proposing that the stretch of the river regulated under the special regulation for Gray Reef actually be extended. It currently goes from the Gray Reef Dam to the Lusby Public Fishing Area, and we're proposing to extend that to the Wyoming Highway 220 bridge. We've heard from the public for many years a desire that this special regulation area ought to expand the entire float reach here to what's commonly called a government bridge. On this stretch, the same as at Cardwell, we're proposing to add single point barbless hook requirement to the artificial fly and lure only requirement, and that have peg detractors be prohibited. So in summary, we're proposing single point barbless hooks on all 4 of these very popular catch and release river sections. Bait and lures would continue to be used at After Bay and Miracle Mile, while at Cardwell and Gray Reef, there would be no peg detractors, and would continue with the single point hook barbless flies and lures only. In effect, we're sort of setting up a little bit of a long-term experiment here to see if prohibiting peg detractors turns out to be what improves the condition of these fish. So the rationale for these changes, we've seen upwards of 25% of the trout having severe to massive injuries in these stretches of river. We're concerned about what these are doing potentially to our populations of wild rainbow trout. And we do want to continue to have sections of the North Platte River where bait and lure anglers can use their craft, but we would think that they can be a part of the solution, as they are, even though they're numerically small, they are part of the problem. We're also proposing some changes to an existing spawning area closure on the North Platte River at Gray Reef, as well as the addition of an additional spawning area closure. The area of Gray Reef directly below Gray Reef Dam has been closed for many, many years during the month of April. We're more and more seeing those rainbow trout spawning in the end of April and beginning of May. We'd really like to keep anglers off of those. So we're proposing to extend that closure from April 1st through May 15th. And when the BLM acquired the Martin Ranch access to this stretch of river, One of the things that happened there is that anglers all of a sudden who had to float over portions of the river where we had a lot of rainbow trout spawning can now get out and wade and have full access there. And so there's a very high use area for rainbow trout between Ledge Creek and Escalch. It's about 1.2 miles of the river downstream of the Gray Reef boat ramp that we're proposing be closed also from April 1st to May 15th as we would sign. So the rationale for these changes, really to protect actively spawning rainbow trout. Again, we don't stock fish here typically, and so the fishery is pretty reliant on recruitment of these fish. And this Martin Ranch acquisition really changed the dynamics of access and people getting out and waiting on top of these spawning fish. So what we've heard thus far from the public relative to these proposed changes, really fairly significant support for the implementation of the single point barbless hook and prohibition of peg detractors. A big part of that is that the problem that we're observing, anglers have also observed, they're also seeing these fish that have severe and massive injuries. There has been a fair amount of pushback that this isn't addressing the real problem. And if you drill down with folks on what they believe the real problem is, they'll tell you that they believe there's just too much fishing use here, too much commercial use, and too much non-resident use. And there's some concern that the bait and lure anglers are kind of caught up in what's being produced by fly anglers. In reality, there's probably 95% of the users here are fly anglers. But the lure and bait anglers do contribute to the problem. They're just numerically a smaller segment of the fishing population here. So I'm going to move on and talk about a proposed increased walleye creel limit on the upper North Platte reservoirs. We're proposing a drainage-wide change in creel limit for walleye from where the North Platte enters Wyoming from Colorado all the way downstream to Glen Rock at the Dave Johnston Power Plant Dam. And the important walleye fisheries that fall in this are Seminoe, Pathfinder, and Alcova. What we're proposing is that the creel limit on walleye be increased from 6 to 12 per day are in possession, and that no more than half of those 6 walleye be exceed 14 inches, essentially a bonus 6 walleye that are small. And the rationale for this changes are that we're really over the last decade plus have seen an overabundance of small walleye in these high cold reservoirs. The upper North Platte River reservoirs are cold for walleye. They're also really relatively unproductive water, but the fish reproduce well. And so what we end up seeing is sort of a stacking of small fish and what we would call a stunted population. Unfortunately, many anglers think that if you put a small fish back, it will for certain grow and be bigger. The reality is that fish can live out the rest of their life about the same size as they are if there's no groceries there. And so we really think that this populations need to be thinned out in order to move the size structure towards something that's more desirable for anglers. What we've heard on these proposals is sort of a mixed bit of opposition and support. There's been some appreciation by anglers, the opportunity for increased harvest, and anglers are always seem to want to be on board for aiding in management. Some commenters believe that the increased creel limit isn't going to fix the problem of too many small fish. We agree that it's not a silver bullet, but it helps nudge things towards the direction we think the fishery ought to go. And we have sort of a perennial pushback that the department favors managing for trout over walleye. In reality, we're trying to manage for a balance, and it's a really difficult balance to strike. All right, I'm going to switch gears now and talk about proposed changes to trout creel limits and seasonal spawning closure on the North Fork Shoshone River and Buffalo Bill Reservoir. First, at Buffalo Bill, proposing a new trout creel limit and the removal of some length restrictions. We're proposing that the creel limit on trout be increased from 3 to 6 per day in possession. There's a big caveat here in that we're proposing that only 2 of those fish be cutthroat, rainbow, or hybrids. Cutthroat, rainbow, and hybrids make up the majority of the fishery here, although there's a growing number of brown trout that we want to provide opportunity for anglers to access and harvest. The existing regulation requires that anglers discern cutthroat from rainbows and hybrids. It's a really difficult discernment for many anglers, and the existing regulation also requires that only 1 fish be over 18 inches, and turns out a lot of fish in this system are approach 18 inches. So a lot of fish currently being slapped to boards to determine if they're harvestable. On the North Fork of the Shoshone River, upstream of Gibbs Bridge, and Gibbs Bridge is an important landmark here. It demarcates in regulation where the reservoir ends and the river begins. We're proposing a new trout creel limit here. The trout creel limit would be 2 per day or in possession. And similar to Buffalo Bill, we would be getting rid of the requirement for anglers to differentiate cutthroat from hybrids, and also the measuring of fish. We're also proposing on this stretch of river that walleye be designated as non-game fish and be killed immediately. That's the same regulation that's in place for Buffalo Bill Reservoir. Walleye were illegally introduced here in the early 2000s. They're incompatible with managing for the wild trout fishery we have in Buffalo Bill Reservoir. The desire for this change on the North Fork Shoshone happens to be a systematic of the Gibbs Bridge that I mentioned, in that the reservoir often pushes up above Gibbs Bridge into what's regulatorily the North Fork of the Shoshone, and we want to provide anglers the opportunity to harvest walleye on the reservoir when it pushes up above Gibbs Bridge there. Also on the North Fork of the Shoshone, for about 100 years, there's been a spawning closure from Newton Creek downstream to Gibbs Bridge. Over the last 5 years, our crews up there have done extensive research on the population size and movement of the rainbow and cutthroat in this system. And based on those studies, they believe that these changes in creel limits could also accommodate an additional 2 weeks of fishing in the spring for anglers, which is something that we've heard a lot about for a lot of years, is the desire to have more access to the river in the early spring period. So we're proposing that the existing closure be reduced by 2 weeks and have the river closed April 15th to June 30th. So in summary, the rationale for these particular changes, we believe that based on our studies, that these provide for a sustainable level of harvest based on the current fishing pressure. We are encouraged that these proposals eliminate the need for difficult trout species identification and measuring, and provides 2 additional weeks of opportunity on the North Fork Shoshone, and allows anglers to aid in our management of walleye removal. So what we've heard from the public on these proposals on the North Fork Shoshone and Buffalo Bill, we, in our survey with 654 anglers responding, more of those folks supported these changes as proposed than opposed those. Many commenters in the official comments appreciated simplification of rules and added opportunity in April. And there's some commenters believe that there's a need for additional restrictions on bait or other gear types. Moving on, we're proposing the removal of a seasonal spawning closure on Jackson Lake. The lake has, for about 75 years, been closed for the month of October to protect spawning lake trout. This closure was put in place during a period of time when we were actively stocking lake trout, trying to establish lake trout in the lake. It was also a period of time when most anglers that went out harvested their catch. And we're seeing more around 50% of anglers who go out on the lake today actually intent on harvesting. The lake trout population is now fully established, and we believe that keeping the lake open will provide some increased opportunity with really no substantive consequences to the lake trout population. When we surveyed anglers and asked them if they'd prefer the regulations remain in place for the October closure on Jackson Lake, they overwhelmingly told us no, that they preferred that we get rid of that. So there's significant support there. There's been some concern raised over aquatic invasive species boat inspections not being able to occur in October because the Park Service has traditionally shut down their inspection operations at the end of September. We've worked with the Park Service collaboratively to ensure that between our work and the Park Service, we'll have aquatic invasive species boat inspections during the month of October on Jackson Lake. There is still some fear out there that harvest will increase problematically. So the fifth package of changes that I'm going to talk to you about is a pretty simple one. It's a reduced trout krill limit and length restriction on Diamond Lake. Diamond Lake is about 35 miles west of Laramie, sort of in the Arlington country. We're proposing that the krill limit on trout be reduced from 6 to 3 per day or in possession, and have no more than one of those fish exceed 20 inches. Essentially, this is a regulation that's purely social. It's been, we've heard a lot from the public as in their desire to catch more large trout at Diamond Lake. And we believe this regulation will be a step towards that. So there's been significant support for this proposal. Some commenters believe we're not doing enough and think there should be even less harvests and gear restrictions. And we hear a lot about over harvest and non-residents hurting this fishery. So I'll stand for questions on chapter 46 and ask that the commission approve the changes to chapter 46 fishing regulations for 2026 as proposed.
Mr. President, if I might, a couple. Thank you for your hard work, of course, and thank everybody. And I appreciate the Jackson Lake opening that up to the public. I think it's well worth it. My question is, an inline spinner 2 inches above considered a pegged attractor? On when I'm saying, you know, when you're talking beads and then you talk an attractor up front, is an inline spinner considered an attractor?
I'm trying to picture exactly what you're talking about, but if it was.
So if you have a line, let's say the line comes down, then you have a MEP spinner going into the stops 2 inches before the hook, is that considered a pegged attractor?
If it were pegged on the line 2 inches above a bare hook, then yes, it would be a pegged attractor.
So you're saying that anybody with the, I mean, because I know that there's packets sold, you know, as far as you know, whether a MEP spinner, Colorado spinner, or whatever, where they will, you know, I guess for short striking fish or whatever, they'll put a spinner there and it, but it's, you know, it's fastened, it's pegged there. So you're saying that that's going to be illegal now?
I think what we might be talking about two different things, but what I'm thinking about is an inline spinner where the line is actually tied to the spinner and then there's a piece of leader on the back end that has the hook. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, there's some that are pegged that are a little higher.
So when we say pegged, I think I'm talking about pegged
Attached.
is the fixed, like it's a single line that passes through the item.
Passes through the mechanism that spins the spinner, passes through, but it's also has a small peg to stop the spinner from going to run to the shaft of the hook.
Yeah, I think that would fit within the definition that we're proposing for pegged attractors and be prohibited on those two stretches of the North Platte.
Because I know that it's there's some for sale that are that way that they use for whether, like more in the Northwest and stuff for salmon and trout and stuff that are kind of have that set up on it. So I was just curious. Thank you.
Anybody else? Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to I'm just trying to walk through and make sure I understand peg detractors, what you're doing with peg detractors. So bear with me for a second. If I look at the proposed regulations right, so on the very first page, we define a peg detractor. Fixed or pegged within 2 inches of the eye of a bear hook. Help me with this. What is the magic about 2 inches above? Why did you pick that? What's the magic behind that?
Commissioner Masterson, I wish I could say that there was some magic. Back when we, several cycles back, probably 6 years ago, when we developed the trout bead definition that's existing in chapter 46, we did a bunch of research, hook and line research leading up to that to try to determine the distance at which we began to see fish getting hooked in eyes and gills, and determined that less than 2 inches had a low probability of hooking in one of those really vital pieces of the fish's head. And so we landed on the 2 inches. In the methods section, we define any peg detractor essentially fished more than 2 inches as snagging and illegal. The technique of fishing with peg detractors is really popular, and it's pretty contentious amongst our fly anglers groups. There's some folks that really think it's just a dirty way of fishing, and others think that it's the cat's meow and it's very effective. So trying to maintain some balance there with being rational based on what our observations are.
And understand, I don't ask that to be critical of it. I'm just trying to figure out what, and you answered my question. We can only be so precise, right? And a lot of it is your people in the field and what you see. And so I'm not criticizing, I'm just trying to understand why that number was picked. If I understand it right, I jumped over to page 4 under section 4 methods. Under subsection C, it would now read, fishing with a peg detractor more than 2 inches above the eye of a bear hook or artificial fly is considered snagging and is prohibited. So that's, as I read it, for all of chapter 46, that peg detractor restriction, I'll call it, applies. Do I read that right?
That's my understanding as well, yes.
Yeah, okay. And the reason I ask that is that way down further in it, when we're talking about some restrictions on the North Platte, we have a specific subsection that reads fishing with peg detractors is prohibited. I'm all for clarity. I'm not saying it's a problem. I was just curious why at the beginning we say thou shalt not. And then later on we say, by the way, thou shalt not. So it's no big deal. Not going to move to change anything. I just didn't know if I was missing something in here.
No, I think your reading is correct there. And I think part of the reason that it's laid out that way is that the booklet that we create basically follows chapter 46, and we do want to draw the attention to anglers to those prohibitions on those sections of the river in the booklet that we provide to anglers.
Yeah, I appreciate that. May I have another follow-up, Mr. President? You did the damage survey on the North Platte. Have you any reason to believe the same thing is happening on other heavily fished rivers like the Snake, Bighorn outside Thermopolis, any of those waters, either anecdotally or any studies planned for it?
President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson. When we first started to see and observe this on the North Platte, we got really concerned and we enlisted all of our crews to spend the next 2 years, that was in 23, 24, I believe, to when they did their routine population assessments on riverine trout fisheries to assess the same scores of injury. And what we found was that throughout the state, we saw minimal, less than 5% in most of these other catch and release fisheries. So it was the North Platte stands out dramatically relative to those hooking injuries. And so we're just not seeing it elsewhere. We're continuing to monitor, but it's either the number of anglers on the North Platte and the multiple catch occurrences with the fish on the Platte or the types of gear and methods that are being used really separate it from the rest of the state.
Thank you. And so when you did the North Platte, you did the electrofishing and as part of that, you looked at damages, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And those are the expeditions where no one called me to go with you and, go and help. I'm just
I believe
sorry,
Jeff
little
Glade's here.
levity.
We
Little
can
levity,
make a note
Mr.
for that.
President. Thank you for your indulgence. That's all I have. And just for trying to now save some time, I would move the approval of the revised Chapter 46 rules as submitted by the department.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Being none?
No, the only thing I would have is just that I was expecting a lot more answers from a member of the Fish Caucus on that kind of stuff that maybe some of us didn't know that, but apparently you didn't know either, so.
Well, Mr. President, sometimes you ask questions so that we can educate those others on the board. Though we know the answer, we're trying to assist those who might be reluctant to,
I completely
concede,
understand.
yes.
And we don't like to gloat about our wins.
Probably should no more than they come.
I'm gonna keep looking back and forth to see if we have anything else. If we have a motion, we have a second, we've had discussion. Could we have a vote, please? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you. So we get to visit with you one more time.
Indeed. President Jolovich, Director Bruce, Commissioners. I'll also be talking to you today about proposed changes to Chapter 22 watercraft regulations. For 2026. We just have a short few proposed changes to Chapter 22. In Section 9, there's several lists, including a list of waters where personal watercraft is restricted or prohibited. And we're proposing to add 3 lakes to the prohibition of personal watercraft use, that being Torrey, Ring, and Trail Lakes near Du Bois. If you've been to our conservation camp, you're probably familiar with these lakes. You drive right past them. Conservation camp is located kind of right where Google is stationed there on the map. These are pretty small water bodies. They're largely currently used by non-motorized watercraft and small motorized vessels that use sort of primitive boat ramps. And the small size of these lakes creates a safety concern amongst boaters with personal watercraft present. A few personal watercraft have shown up in recent years, and we've heard from the public concern about their safety and from adjacent private landowners that are concerned about the noise. We got no official comments from the public on this proposal, but we've heard locally there's support. Also in section 9, there's a list of waters upon which watercraft with internal combustion engines are prohibited. We're proposing to remove 2 water bodies from this list. Those being Little Soda Lake near Pinedale and the Naughton Plant Pond near Kemmer. These prohibitions on internal combustion motors were largely put in place to alleviate conflicts between boaters and anglers. Unfortunately, water quality at both of these waters no longer is able to support fish or fishing, and so the conflicts have gone away with that. And so we're proposing to remove those waters from this prohibition. Heard no comments from the public on those. Finally, in section 9, list of waters upon which any type of watercraft is prohibited. We're proposing to add 2 waters to this. The Buffalo wetland ponds actually within the city of Buffalo, and the North Platte River from Cordes Dam downstream to the Seminole Road Bridge on the Miracle Mile. This is a terrible map probably for you, but I just wanted to point out that the portion of the Miracle Mile we're talking about is about a 3-mile piece of the mile on the most upstream portion from Cordes Dam to the one road crossing here at the Seminole Road Bridge. The remaining 5 to 6 miles of the Miracle Mile would remain open to watercraft use. In Buffalo, there's already a Buffalo city ordinance prohibiting the use of watercraft. So we're making regulation in line with what's already happening there. At the Miracle Mile, this has really been the result of about a decade of public feedback where we've repeatedly heard from anglers that there's conflicts between wading, angling, and floaters. Might be useful to point out here that the Miracle Mile is probably about 80 feet narrower than the North Platte down at Gray Reef. And so you have a fairly constricted channel where you have folks trying to wade and fish and floaters. And in the last decade, there's just been an incredible increase in float traffic on the Miracle Mile. What we've heard from the public, nothing about Buffalo wetland ponds. On the Miracle Mile, we've heard considerable support and some appreciation that we're finally carving out an area free of float traffic. There's definitely some commenters that feel like we're not going far enough and that the entire Miracle Mile should be closed to floating. And there has been some concern voiced that the change affects non-angling floaters. And with that, I'll stand for questions and ask that the commission approve Chapter 22 watercraft regulations as proposed.
Mr. President, if I might, let's go back to jet skis on Torrey Lake, Ring Lake and stuff. I kind of need a little bit more information on that. It was, you know, we're closing these lakes off for the enjoyment of, of people that do enjoy jet skiing and stuff. Where did this problem and where did it come from and why is it it was kind of a no heads up. I know Lewis Lake, we'd kind of had heads up that this was being a problem and stuff, but did the local group get together? Or, I hate doing away with people's rights to enjoy the outdoors. It depends on what they do. So I'm kind of really wondering how this came about.
President Jolovich, Commissioner Roberts, I think that this really came to a head on Trail Lake, the lowest lake, in that we have an agreement with the landowners that provide access to the lake and the boat ramp. That when personal watercraft showed up there, they threatened that they were going to close the ramp and close off access to the rest of the public on the lake if we didn't do something. And so I think that sort of started the conversation. And my understanding locally is the conversation evolved is that if we prohibit it at just Trail Lake, we would just bounce those personal watercraft to the other lakes and potentially move the conflict upstream. That's my understanding. I don't know if Aaron, if you know anything more from the Wildlife Division folks on sort of how this sprouted legs.
So then what happens the next step when they come back and say, we don't want any motors on there at all? I mean, to me, I understand we have to be holding it a little bit, but I don't know. I'm just looking at people's capacity to be able to enjoy. I mean, what's good for, I mean, if there's just a few people that are concerned about it, mainly landowners, of course, but I don't know why the commission would get involved in that at this point, but that's my thoughts. I don't know.
Anything else? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, I mulled this over. Decided I do have a question, if I may.
Yes, sir.
We're talking, I'm talking about the restriction of watercraft on that stretch of the Miracle Mile. And my question is, we're saying no watercraft. There's this great definition right in front of it about water sports toy. I love whoever came up with that. But that includes a float tube. So was there any discussion about, you know, you can go and get a float tube to specifically fish in? So I'm just wondering if that was brought up. Would you suddenly see a lot of people go out and buy those kind of float tubes and say, well, I can float here? Kind of trying to, and kind of avoiding what you're trying to head off, which I appreciate.
President Dolovich, Commissioner Masterson, we have done camera studies on the Miracle Mile for 2 years where we basically did a census of all the floating traffic on the Miracle Mile. We haven't seen a single float tube, which isn't to say that someone might not come up with that idea. It would be a little bit treacherous for a float tube on about 2/3 of that 3 miles. Wouldn't recommend it. It'd be a pretty dangerous endeavor, but it's a possibility.
Mr. President, I've moved to amend the section of this to not reflect that we have any closures on personal watercraft for Ring Lake, Trail Lake, and what was the other lake there?
Tory Lake.
Tory Lake. At this time, I don't know if I'll get a second or not, but I just don't, I mean, I just take that as not, I don't really have enough information on that, I should say.
So is that
That's my motion. I don't know if it'll be seconded or not, but that's.
Mr. President, would the Vice President of the Fish Caucus be willing to help me understand what you're thinking?
Well, my thinking is that restricting people's right to enjoyment and it's landowners, I understand. But I think one thing could lead to another, that leads to another. You know, just because maybe I'm not a personal jet skier or whatever, but I believe that we're to provide recreation for everyone. And I just don't believe that that's met the bar for the commission to do away with those liberties of those folks to do so. That's why I make the motion.
Mr. President, and directing my attention, back to you, I was looking at water sports toy definitions, and when you mentioned something about the private landowners in the area of those lakes, and I'm sorry, but could I ask you to repeat anything you've heard from the landowners with concerns?
Yes, President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson. So Trail Lake is somewhat unique in that it's actually completely privately owned around the perimeter of the lake. The only reason that there's any public access to Trail Lake is with an agreement that I understand is basically a handshake agreement with the landowners. And so we've put in a boat ramp there, and the public is allowed to access the lake via the boat ramp and utilize that water body simply at the pleasure of the private landowners.
Follow up. Do you have any indication that the landowners, and I really appreciate their cooperation and giving access to those waters up there. That's beyond gracious of them to do that. But have you heard anything from them as far as concerns about the use of these type of watercraft on those lakes?
Yes, President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson, that's where the issue originally came to a head. Was a personal watercraft showed up on Tory Lake, and they were concerned that that was being allowed and had requested that the department consider closing Tory Lake to personal watercraft.
And one other question, if take Skidoo, they market a fishing personal watercraft. It has trolling speeds, it has everything. You stand up, you fish, you do everything from this watercraft. It's considered a personal watercraft, but it's designed 100% for the fishermen. And I'm concerned that we're on a slippery slope here because they're not they're fishing with this personal watercraft.
In response, I absolutely understand what you're saying, and I'm trying to figure out, how to balance, because obviously I want to be responsive, maybe not agree all the time, but I want to be responsive to what those landowners bring to the table, because those relationships are obviously, we all know, so important. So I'm trying to gauge, the significance of this and working within the regulations we have and the definitions we have. Is there a way to thread some sort of a needle in there? And I'm not, this is just me rambling. You don't have to respond. I'm trying to figure out, everybody doesn't get what they want, but if you have landowners who are granting us access, who start to become somewhat annoyed, not by the fishing, but by people zipping around on jet skis, and puts access for everybody at risk. That concerns me. Those are private rights. I mean, we can disagree with their philosophies, but those are private rights, and we only have that access because they're willing to do it. So I'm just trying to figure out a way around this, while giving them everything we can within reason, but also, respecting their private property rights, but still allowing the recreation that is critical to our mission, as Commissioner Roberts says. So I'm wide open to thoughts.
So what is the definition of a personal watercraft? Is that strictly a jet ski type boat? Or what if a guy goes out on a belly boat? Is that a personal watercraft? I mean, what are we trying to do there? I understand that it sounds to me like if we don't get rid of the personal watercraft on that lake, that they would shut off the access, which we don't want that to happen.
Mr. President, I have it opened and pulled up right here because I too wanted to know what the definition of that was. If you don't mind, I'd read it for you.
Have at it.
Personal watercraft means any watercraft propelled by a water jet pump or other machinery as its primary source of motor power, and that is designed to be operated by a person sitting, standing, or kneeling on the watercraft rather than the conventional manner of sitting or standing inside the watercraft.
That sounds to me like it solves the problem. That just keeps jet skis off, but everything else is okay. Is that
Correct.
sound right?
That's
Which
as
would
I
solve your
understand.
problem.
Not really, because there's jet skis that they're not jet skis, they're water propelled by a jet that meet that criteria, personal watercraft, but they're 100% designed for fishing.
Sit on, but not in.
You sit on them, but not in them. And so I think that, I mean, that's just my point is I just don't know. I personally just don't have enough information and I don't know if it raises to the bar of the commission, taking somebody's recreational rights away. And that was my concern with my motion. I understand 100% what everybody's talking about and absolutely the landowners and the lake is, we sure appreciate that. But I hate getting into you can do this, but not this. You can do this. This person can do this. This person can enjoy it. This person can't enjoy it. This people think. So that's just where I'm at.
So you made a motion and it died for lack of a second. So do we have a motion on the
Mr.
revised watercraft regulation?
Mr. President, I would move to approve the revised Chapter 22 watercraft regulations as presented.
We have a second? Seconded. Any discussion? There being none, I would ask for a vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous. Under not unanimous.
And
Motion carried.
died is a pretty rough term to use
Thank
on
you.
my motion, I might add.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mark.
Mr. Chair.
Sir?
I voted in favor of these regulations for all the reasons that I got into, but I'm very, very sensitive to Commissioner Roberts' concern. And it seems to me that so much of this comes down to how we define things. And, you know, what is a personal watercraft? What is a watercraft? So I would ask if the commission would consider directing the department to try to dig down and see if those fundamental definitions need to be tweaked, or, you know, another category needs to be added so that we could craft the kind of restrictions that the people on Torrey Lake want without impinging the rights of other people to use it. So I'm asking if the commission would consider giving that direction to the department for further investigation. Because I would like to see, I completely agree with Commissioner Roberts. We don't want to impinge people's stuff. We also don't want to make the people who grant us access so cranky that they don't give us access anymore. So that's my suggestion.
Yeah, exactly. And I, you know, there was other 2 lakes involved also that didn't have any landowners participation that we just closed personal watercraft off to. So, I mean, I understand.
I don't have any issue with that, unless there's another way to find that intent. If the landowners, you know, understand there's certain things that they would allow access to, if they're allowing access and they like the Sea-Doo fishing model personal watercraft and they're okay with that, and we put up a sign or something like that. I don't know if there's another way to allow something like that, but if the department, you know, if the department, if you guys think there's a way to look into that, I'd certainly be okay if you guys did that.
And I just reminded, it was 3 lakes involved, just not the one.
Right.
So
Is that something we could look at?
Chairman Jolovich, commission members, absolutely. With one caveat might mention on the watercraft regulations, a lot of this is based on Coast Guard regulations. So there is that nexus there, but yeah, we'll do a deep dive into. I learned something today about personal watercraft that has trolling capabilities like that. I did not know, so sure will.
I just have I've run jet skis a lot. I can't imagine fishing off of one. I just can't. Anyway,
Mr. President, that begs a follow-up for the chief. If you said they're based on Coast Guard regs, great. We're not required to use Coast Guard regs, are we?
Commissioner, Chair Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson, a little out of my wheelhouse, no pun
Okay.
intended.
Fair enough.
Aaron, if you want to weigh in on that, you certainly can, but
And I'm not trying to catch you off guard. I just, and if somebody, you know, if the Coast Guard has already defined all these things and we can use it, great. But I just don't know if we're bound. Don't worry about it right now. You can answer it later. The second thing I'd ask is, this might be more of a personal ask than a direction to the commission, is that the landowners on Torrey Lake, that we communicate, the department communicates to them affirmatively, proactively, that we have heard their concerns and that we're going to see what we can do to address them. I'll bet you'd do that anyway, but those relationships are critical to me.
yeah, Chairman Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson, we will make sure that that loop is closed, and we'll also make sure that we keep an eye on this pretty closely and how this is going in the future. And if there needs to be any modifications to it, and we can do that, we certainly will.
Good morning, Commissioner Jolovich and members of the commission. Just for a couple of clarifications on the Coast Guard rules and regulations. As part of my previous job as law enforcement coordinator, I'm our boating law administrator, so our liaison with the Coast Guard and our grant funding. And so a lot of the definitions you see in our watercraft regulations are crafted to meet those as a condition to receive grant funding from the Coast Guard for our boating enforcement and education work. All right.
thank you. You're up, Chief Osterland.
Good morning, Chairman Jolovich, Director Bruce. So as promised, I'm here to present 100% design on the Spies Cool Warm Water Facility results. So what I'll present this morning is we'll do an overview of what the 50% designs were and what the 100% came in at. We just got done completing those. And then we'll look at where we're at as far as from the feasibility. You might remember we had the feasibility study way back when that we based the original recommendations for the monetary ask from the commission. Then we had the engineering firm start to dig into it, looked at what the 50% designs costs were going to be and the budget projection overruns. So the 100% is going to give us an idea of where we're at. And after any questions you might have, the ask from the department will be the commission's recommendation on the future of the project. Before I start in, I wanted to recognize a few of our folks in our culture section that are sitting here in the room back in the red shirts row there. In the middle, we have got Guy Campbell. He's the culture section supervisor. To his right is Travis Trimble. He's the assistant supervisor for the culture section. And then on the big guy over on his guy's left is Lars Alsager, and he is the superintendent of SPEES. And these guys really spent a lot of time along with Lauren Wooden. I don't know if Lauren's online, our chief engineer, digging into these plans and trying to save the department as much money as possible and make this project hopefully feasible. So see if I can get this moving forward. There we go. So this is just an overview of the 50% design cost information. This is where we're at. Total project cost base bid was, we thought, about 25,836. And that's what we presented and talked about last March in Cody. And so after a bunch of work coming down into here just last week, we were talking about this project, 100% cost designs. And again, 50% is, you know, pretty large umbrella, 100% really started dialing things in. So here's the 100% final design cost estimation. And you're going to see that there's different categories that might be different than the 50% design. And that's because, again, this is class 3 and things are getting dialed in a little bit better. So direct construction cost only estimated at 16,802 to 100. A total contingency, overhead, profit, and bond. So they combined a bunch of categories from the 50%. It's 4,553 to 10. Design changes, permitting construction, sports and assistant, 1.5 million. Owner supplied equipment and spares, 2,257,800. And one thing I'll mention about that is our crew feel that if we supply the equipment, the tanks, the technology we use to raise these fish, we can save about 700,000 by just not having it bid out by a subcontractor, bidding it out, supplying it ourselves. Installation will still be in that cost. And then lastly, material testing, counting, permitting fees, we're looking at 355,251. This again is a projection from the engineer. One thing I will mention is that McMillan, the engineers, they work with us remarkably well. Looking at some of their other projects, their estimates are pretty accurate. When they're looking at construction costs and things like that, they're looking locally. They're looking at the Casper area. They're doing a lot of in the weeds type stuff. So our folks are pretty confident in this projection. So total cost, 25,368, 361. So a little bit less than what the 50% costs were. And now I'll jump into where we're at so we can kind of break it down for y'all. So current budget, we had 17.5 million budgeted for the project based on the feasibility study done way back in 2022. That we had 1.4 budgeted for the engineering firm. We're going to have an amendment, $100,000 more. And that's based on the amount of extra work that they had to do working with us on changes and things like that. I think, remarked one time that they had much more interaction from our folks than generally have from other state agencies. So we have 15,970,000 in the budget remaining after the engineering costs removed out of that. So the estimation was 25,368, 361. So that would leave us with an estimated budget shortfall of $9,398,361. So I want to include this slide in here. I can operate this. This is something that it's just a review again of the species that we're going to be producing and the why. And another thing that we added in there is a figure that I don't think you've heard before. It's about 25% of the fish that we're stocking annually that are these cool and warm water species that we're trying to jump into the next phase of culture production in the state by doing cool and warm water production. So with that, I will stand for any questions, and knowing that I might have to cast a lifeline to the back of the room. But Guy is totally prepared to answer any question you might have.
I can't remember. Can you remind me, did we add smallmouth bass on that? I can't remember conversation.
Chairman Jalovich, Commissioner Roberts, I don't remember either.
Mr. Chairman, Chief, so we have, and I'm gonna need, I'm sure the director's help and probably Meredith's help on this as well. We had already set aside 17.5 million. So that's, it's not in the bank, but that's sitting there, right? Do I understand that right? Right. So, and I mean, I desperately want to see this happen, not just because it's in Natrona County, but I see the advantages, especially for AIS and for the long term of the state. I see a huge benefit that it will pay off in the long term for the state. For a lot of entities that, in my opinion, they don't grasp the potential damage and destruction that AIS can cause. And I really wish some of those would maybe help, you know, a little bit, but be that as it may. So where would that 9 million come from? How, and when would we need to have it raised by?
President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson, as we spoke at the retreat, there are options. Reserve account, there's several different options that we could put together. Some proposals on what that might look like. I can have Meredith come up and talk through some of them. I'll just remind one thing, we did set aside 17.5, but we've already spent 1.5. So I think the remaining portion is closer to 10 million that would be needed. I don't know, Meredith, if you have anything to add. So we could put together a proposal on what that might look like. If you use your reserve account, I would, as Meredith, I think, alluded earlier, we wouldn't take it all out of the reserve at one time. It would be based on how billing works if you approve this and move. So there's options there depending on how the billing works and everything else.
A question for you, the slide that Chief Osterlund put up, if I read it correctly, it included that what we had already spent. So that's why I came up with the 9.3.
That's correct.
So it is 9.3. Well, you know, at least right now as we sit here.
That is correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I'm.
My error.
No problem. I'm really curious about, I'm aware there's options, but What would be the timetable for this? If we said, yay, go ahead, do this today, start. What does the timetable look like for when we would have to pay this off? And I know construction always ends on time when they promised it, always does. So I'm just wondering, give me a handle on that if you could.
Chairman Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson. So I'll start from this point forward. If we were to, the commission recommendation would be to say, all right, go out and get some bids and give us some hard numbers, what we're looking at. We'd start in that process right now and talking with our cultural folks and engineering, you know, that we could go two different directions. One would be a low bid type process or a RFQ, or request for qualification process. And our recommendation would be we request for qualifications. This is a pretty technical project. We want to make sure that the people that we're hiring are going to be able to do the job correctly. So if we start at that, we could either hit the January commission meeting or the March commission meeting with those figures for you. And then from there, you could recommend whether the project goes forward. If the project goes forward, and looking at either January or March, and you give us the green light, there is a potential that they could break ground in June or in this coming summer and get the project rolling. And if they were to go do that, we'd probably look at a final completion date of the project in 2027.
Hi, I'm Guy Campbell, Fish Culture Supervisor, Commission President Jolovich, members of the commission, Director Bruce. Yeah, so when it comes to timeline, if we broke ground, the earliest would be the first part of the summer, but there's a chance it could be a little bit later. The project would probably take 16 months minimum, but it could be a little bit longer just because of a lot of this equipment that we'll be utilizing in this facility, state of the art. Does have sometimes some extra lead time, plus the quantity that we'll be ordering some of the equipment when it comes to these specialized tanks for walleye rearing and some of the other species. Sometimes that could take a little bit of time. So, of course, on the owner supplied stuff we talked about, that Alan had talked about, like $2 million on that equipment. We would get that stuff ordered as quickly as possible. That way we could, you know, have that in our back. But yeah, it'd be 16 to 18 months would be best case scenario for us.
Mr. President, so couple things. I think that the popularity of those fish that are up there that were on that list, minus smallmouth bass. If you go to Keyhole, Glendo, Pathfinder, Semino, all of those places and see the popularity and the amount of people that are not just residents, but the impact that it has from the out-of-state folks and from Colorado, South Dakota, Utah, Idaho. I mean, people are coming from all over the place to fish Wyoming's wonderful fisheries because of some of those fish. It's not just a trout state. And, you know, a couple things on this. This is hugely important. I know our department does everything we can to keep AIS out, and we spend a great deal of resources in making sure that happens. It's just a matter of time. And unfortunately, that the cost of this fishery or this fish rearing place would be outweighed by, you know, if we have one of those events. I don't think that those communities, I don't think that the lake, I don't think that the people understand what's going to happen with something that happens, you know, by having an AIS problem, a really bad problem. And so the other thing that I think it's just important that we move forward with this. I also have a little bit of experience in some of these construction things that we've had in Campbell County when I was a county commissioner there. And if you put these things off another year, another 2 years, that cost is going to increase. And I would bet it increases by 30% or more. And so it is a big price tag. It is hugely important to the fisheries in Wyoming. It's hugely important to the economies in a lot of those counties, including Crook, Platte, Weston, counties that use that and count on that. And so, yeah, I'm all for moving forward with the bid process.
Couple of questions, Mr. Chairman. Alan, so we've got a price now of $25.4 million. Does that include everything you want? Everything that you guys had envisioned for this facility? Or are we cutting it back? Is this a scaled down project?
Chairman Jelovich, Commissioner, appreciate the question. And yeah, this will meet our needs. It's not a Cadillac version. It's we tried to make sure that we were really fiscally responsible and making sure that the equipment we're getting, the fish is going to produce the fish that we currently are receiving and are being requested from our managers without a ton of bells and whistles. But like I mentioned, this is pretty advanced technology. And so yes, it would meet all our needs.
Mr. Chairman, just follow up is this thing going to have enough capacity for future needs, do you think? Or at some point down the road, is there another one going to be necessary?
Commission President Jolovich, Commissioner Mai, yes, we have, with this facility, we've added in some additional percentage so that way we can look at growth. Also, the way this facility will be managed, there'll be some windows, just like, for example, most of our walleye production will happen during the months of May through into the early part of July, where there's some opportunity where we got other cool and warm water species where we can raise them additional times at different sizes. So we have factored in that to a point that we felt that was being reasonable and responsible looking forward the next, 10, 15 years.
Just two brief additional questions on your contingency. That includes overhead profit bond. Out of that 4.4, call it 4.5 million, how much of that actually is contingency? And is that a contractor contingency or is that an owner contingency that you guys are holding?
Commissioner Mai, the contingency that we have there is set at about 10% is what we had. And part of that is because of how big this project is and understanding that once we get the bids and we start breaking ground, that way we didn't want to have to ask for more down the road and keep asking. So 10%.
So Mr. Chairman, you're holding that as the owner, that's not held by the contractor.
Yes, that's correct, as the owner.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, the only other thing I would say is that, per Commissioner Bell and per the department's statements, I mean, a lot of the value of this project is in control, and we are constantly seeking control over this AIS risk. I'm basically where Rusty is. I think it's a big price tag, but it's a long-term control issue that it seems important to this state.
Anything else?
Mr. President, I think it should be made known that to the members of the Fish Caucus that the fisheries are what's busting the budget here. But no, I want to echo the sentiment of Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Mai, that this is absolutely important. These fisheries in my district are stocked with these species, and it brings a lot to our little corner of the state in revenue to the economies, like Commissioner Bell stated, and I think it's like Commissioner Mai said, it's important that we have control over these species, and it is expensive, but it's worth it. I think it's a good investment to the future, to the state, and to all of the species. So yes, let's work together to see where we can make these shortfalls work out and fund it. I'm in favor of it.
Commissioner Bell, did you have something?
Yeah, Mr. President, I just didn't know whether we needed a head nod to move forward if you want an actual motion.
This is just an informational presentation.
But I think you need some direction. So, I mean, I would, if you need that in a motion, I think I'll make the motion, Mr. President, that, that we move forward in the bid process for Spee's warm water fish hatchery.
Do I have a second?
You have a second.
Discussion?
I want to underscore what you've already heard. I mean, I desperately want to see this go forward because I see it as a benefit to the department, to our recreational users. I just really wish that there was more appreciation for the AIS risk and that we could get some participation from the state, local, county folks who realize that if they get zebra mussels in their municipal water system, you know, $100,000 now could save them a heck of a lot of money down the road, but that's wishful thinking. I'm in favor of it. And it's have to take a deep breath, but I think it's the right thing to do.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is that the end of the discussion? No?
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if we need to clarify on the motion that we are granting authority to pursue this project up to this total budget amount that's identified here. And then we're going to have to identify where the additional funding comes from, which I assume is the reserve that we talked about before.
If you need that in to amend the motion to include that, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Thank you, and sorry to interrupt you, Commissioner Bell. I agree with that. I would suggest you round it up, the estimate up to 25.4 so that you can put a really big fish tank outside of it for smallmouth bass.
I would encourage my fellow commissioners to Google the most favorite sport fish in North America and look at that list for me, just so I'm more clear on the subject. Thank you.
So are we amending?
Mr.
the
President?
motion? No,
Mr.
So-
President,
yes, sir.
if I could interject, I wouldn't recommend putting a dollar amount yet. I think we need the motion to move forward for the RFQ, RFP process. And then once we complete that process, we'll come back with what that total is, and that's where we can adjust if needed.
So, Mr. Chairman, part of the reason why I'm suggesting this is when these guys are talking about, owner purchased equipment, I assume we're going to need a final design to know what we need to purchase. And then if you're going to try to accelerate the procurement process, I don't know how much of this stuff is coming from overseas. I assume some of the equipment, pretty complicated stuff, is made.
Yeah, Commissioner, President Jolovich, Commissioner we do have the 100% design right now, and we have identified that equipment. Where possible, we've identified local, when I mean local, meaning in the United States, distributors for that equipment. So we have kind of that feel, so.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah, I just
Commissioner
want
Bell?
to make sure that the motion is clear. I really, to move forward with that RFQ process that is being requested by the department. That's my motion to move forward with that. I'm not going to put a dollar amount on that because we are going to get that back in that process also.
So we're clear on the motion? And we had it up.
It's too bad, Mr. President, that we don't have somebody on the commission with a great deal of experience with construction who could share some wisdom. He said, putting Commissioner Mai on the spot.
So, Mr. Chairman, my concern is that we proceed with an RFQ process for a $25.4 million project, and we only have 16 million bucks remaining in the budget.
Mr.
Go ahead.
President, can I chime in here? There are additional funds in different accounts that once we get the bids back and know the exact amount that we're looking at, we will bring you that information back with some options in how to fund it and lay those out for you.
Mr. Chairman, understood, and I appreciate that. But I think to proceed with the RFQ, you need to identify that this is, and we need to identify that this is a $25.4 million project.
Mr. President, Commissioner Mai, I think we acknowledge that that's the minimum it'll probably be. I think if we go through the RFP process, the expectation from the commission to the department should be to come back with that final number and a recommendation on where the remaining funds will come from.
Commissioner Mai, we good to go? Okay, so we have a motion. And everybody understands what the motion is. And we have a second. Any more discussion? Commissioner? No?
I,
Okay, if that's it, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
President, if I may, one more question for the commission. If they choose to consider the two options that I mentioned were the January and the March commission meetings, there may be some advantages to getting the process to January, and might be some advantages going with March as far as when we get that bid process numbers back to you. So I guess I'd be interested in knowing where the commission's wishes are as far as hitting those, which goalposts to hit, if you have any. If not, we'll go on our own.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, excuse me. My preference is always going to be as soon as you can without having to, work 25-hour days, because things aren't getting cheaper. But I understand things happen and circumstances get in the way, but I would just like to see it proceed as quickly but prudently as possible.
President Jalovich, commissioners, just a few pros and cons. One of the pros is at what Commissioner Masterson identified as far as going to January cost type stuff. One of the disadvantages there is getting that process rolling. We can do it. We can get that thing in there. Another disadvantage would be who we get bidding on the process. If you give it another couple of months, you might get some different people bidding on it. That won't be one of the advantages to the March goalpost. March goalpost might offer a little bit more time in making sure that we get all our ducks in a row and everything's right. So that's just a few of the pros and cons. I visited with Commissioner Mai yesterday about what 2-month difference in that process might make as far as construction is concerned. And not sure that there would be much disadvantage one way or the other there.
Mr. President, just so you understand where I'm coming from, personally speaking, you have been very diligent about going about this process. You've kept us in the loop. Your numbers, their numbers are gonna be what the numbers are gonna be. I'm not, if you don't come back in January, if you're not comfortable with where you are in January, you're not gonna hear any grief from me. Because we have to do it right, measure twice, cut once. So in my view, if it's March, if it's March. You've done a really good job of stewarding this through and keeping us up on what's happening. If it's gonna be March, just let us know in January, give us an update. That's me personally.
Okay, so Commissioner Bell brought up a point that the general population doesn't understand the consequences of when the state of Wyoming gets AIS. The sad part is that the only entity keeping them out is the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. If they get here, they're everybody's problem, but we're tasked with keeping them out. So it's kind of sad. Anyway, thank you. We have a guest here, former Director Terry Cleveland. Would you step in, please? Pardon me. So we have former Director Terry Cleveland, Director of the Game and Fish Department from 2003 to 2008. And I wasn't around, but I understand he was really, really good. It's good to see you here.
Thank you very much, Commission. I want to say thank you for the job you do. Wyoming Game and Fish Department would not be nearly as successful if they didn't have excellent people like you leading the commission. And that's been true throughout history, and I hope it remains that way into the future. I haven't been to a commission meeting in 17 years, and I wouldn't be here today except I had to come to see one of my favorite people get her Lifetime Achievement Award. And so thank you for your recognition, and thank you again for the job that you do for people of Wyoming and Wyoming.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. We'll be back in, we'll be back at 10:10. Okay, let's get rolling. We're back in business. We got Dr. Dan Thompson up.
Is that right?
I got involved.
President Jolovich, members of the commission, Director Bruce, she's over there. We're going to get away from controversial subjects such as landowner licenses and voting regulations. And Ken Mills is going to talk to you about wolf management.
Good morning.
Welcome.
What's that?
Good. Welcome to you.
Yes. Good morning, President Jolovich, Director Bruce, members of the commission. If you've been around, you've seen this presentation a few times now. We'll have new information added for the past year and then of course present the proposal and ask you to make a decision. So without further ado, we'll walk through. So in our wolf management plan, we have some specific commitments. I'm going to bring up 3 of them. One of them is a population level commitment to manage at least 10 breeding pairs and at least 100 wolves in Wyoming outside of the Wind River Reservation and Yellowstone National Park. And we'll talk about where we primarily do that in a moment, but in the trophy game area. We are committed to having adequate regulatory mechanisms to ensure the population meets our commitments, remains recovered, and remains viable. And that's part of the process we're setting today. And also to document genetic interchange between wolf subpopulations in the Northern Rockies. We have done this in cooperation with the other states Recently, we're working on actually publishing those results so that they will be available to the broader public. And those results say genetic interchange is happening and everything's going well. And these things are important as we move on because wolves are a controversial species and subject to petitions to list wolves actually through the Endangered Species Act process. So a lot of microscopic attention is paid to wolves. And so we try to answer that microscopic attention by our own attention to detail and data. And I hope you see that through this process. So a reminder of our wolf management framework in Wyoming. Of course, we do not have management authority in Yellowstone National Park or Grand Teton National Park, the National Elk Refuge, or on Indian-owned lands in the Wind River Reservation. So outside of those areas, in the northwest corner of the state, wolves are designated as trophy game animals. I'll show you a map of that shortly of why that area was chosen. That area expands seasonally to include the Snake River Range and the Northern Wyoming Range. I won't get into all the details of the history there. And then outside of those areas, wolves are designated by state statute as predatory animals and are not under the jurisdiction of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department or the Commission, except for the requirement to report take of wolves within 10 days. So we still can monitor mortality, but we don't have active management authority. So here's a map of suitable habitat as identified by Oakleaf et al., a research article from 2006, looking at colonization probability. So the darker colors are areas where wolves are more likely to colonize. And we've seen that to be true through time, overlaid with the management areas I just discussed. And so from here on out, we will talk about the wolf trophy game management area, which is the darker blue hash marks in northwest Wyoming outside of Yellowstone. So I'll give you an update, including historical information, but also, in essence, a summary of the 2024 annual wolf report. So wolf population status, we have an intensive wolf monitoring program. We actually monitored 96 different collared wolves in 29 different collared packs in 2024. You can see the distribution of packs in this map covering, again, primarily suitable habitat in northwest Wyoming. We were able to have collars on every one of our known packs in the wolf trophy game management area this year, which provides us very intensive, again, monitoring data. Wolves are different than a lot of other species because they're social and they are territorial. And so if you collar a wolf, you can monitor an entire pack, including identifying its territory and the other individuals that it's with, reproduction, all of that information. And so wolves are much more easy to determine population status than a lot of other solitary animals. And so when I present numbers, like I think I will in the next graph here, these are not estimates, they are actually a true census. We have counted at least this number of wolves in the trophy game area. So you can see the trend through time based on whether wolves were listed and hunted or listed and not hunted or delisted and hunted. That is our 100 wolf minimum commitment. I'll also throw on the population objective we've been using for quite a while, 160 wolves. And you'll see in 2023, the population increased to at least 192 wolves in the trophy game area. And so one of our objectives in 2024 was to return that population back toward objective. And you can see we successfully did that with at least 163 wolves at the end of the calendar year. And so a lot of stability through time. You're going to have those fluctuations. And I think what we demonstrated last year is those fluctuations are, we can account for those through the management that we've been, the system we've been operating with through the last, well, this will be the 9th year. So we collect a lot of data. We're interested, of course, in wolf population growth. So if you look at This graph, number of wolves at the start of the year on the horizontal axis, on the vertical axis, population growth. If the number of wolves is the same at the start of the year and as it is at the end of the year, that would be a 1. So that's no growth, that purple line I just threw up. And you can see that the more wolves we have in the population, the less likely the population is to grow. This is something that we see in the wolf population in the trophy game area, which makes it quite predictable, actually, which is an advantage to us in predicting what's going to happen next year, what our mortality factor is going to look like. And the other factor on the broader scale of this is the fact that there is a population point where the population's not likely to grow. In fact, it will start declining. We would call that carrying capacity. And so if we weren't hunting wolves, that would be around 200 to 210 wolves. In hunting wolves, we're looking for something different, but there's a capacity for how many wolves can be in this area. That's really important to recognize as we go forward. As we're hunting wolves, if the population is above our objective of 160, we would try to reduce it toward 160. So it should be below 1, the purple line. If it's below 160, we would want to increase it. So it should be above the purple line. And ideally, the trend would cross right at 160. If we were in a perfect world, that's that tipping point we're looking for. And the trend crosses at 170. And so I think when you look at the broad data there, we've been very successful at moving the population toward our objective through time and stabilizing it around that objective. So we have actually 2 criteria, though, to measure populations and the status thereof, and that's number of wolves and number of breeding pairs. And so number of packs, though, is something we also monitor. You can see the trend through time. But for breeding pairs, that's the yellow line, the yellow bars. The minimum commitment in our management plan is for at least 10 breeding pairs. This is our limiting factor. So we will fall below 10 breeding pairs with our wolf population before we would fall below 100 wolves. So this is what we need to pay attention to. We've been as low as 11, but usually we're pretty close to our objective, which is somewhere between 13 and 14 breeding pairs, a little bit below usually, and I'll show you a graph now to show why, or the trend we're seeing through time. So this is number of wolves increasing on the horizontal axis. And on the vertical axis, this is the percent of packs that qualified as a breeding pair. So I did not define a breeding pair earlier. A breeding pair is an adult male and an adult female wolf that raise at least 2 pups of the year to the end of December. So it's a measure of recruitment that the population is not only has the numbers that it needs, but it is successfully reproducing at a rate that would allow it to continue to do well into the future. And so that's why the breeding pair requirement is there. That's why we monitor that. And if you see this graph, what you see is the more wolves we have in the trophy game area, the smaller proportion of packs qualify as a breeding pair. That's something we would expect to see in a population that has density dependence, like I talked about earlier. That it hits a point where there can't be more wolves without negative impacts to survival. And usually reproduction recruitment is the first thing affected. And so that's what you see here. If we look at just the trend line for hunting, I went one too far because of the delay. There it is. You can see there's a different trend line for years that we've hunted wolves. And what this indicates is hunting has some effect on the proportion of packs that are qualifying as breeding pairs. And that makes sense because we're introducing a mortality cause through hunting. And for example, the Lava Mountain pack last year would have qualified as a breeding pair, but the breeding male was killed in November and there wasn't a new breeding male recruited before the end of December. So even though they had a breeding female, had pups that survived, the male was not there, so he did not qualify as a breeding pair. And so just those factors are what come to play. Something we pay attention to, we talk about because it comes into our discussions of how we set hunting seasons. Wolf mortality, to reduce a population from 192 wolves down to an objective of 160. You can see mortality had been relatively stable from 2019 to 2023. It increased last year largely because of an increase in the number of wolves killed for non-hunting causes, primarily in response to depredation. We'll look at that more specifically, but that was part of the mechanism that was effective at bringing wolves back to objective. So here's a conundrum, right? Managing for number of wolves could be relatively straightforward. Managing for breeding pairs, that kind of complex, having a male, having a female, reproducing, having pups that survive, that's much more of a complex metric to try and manage for. On the positive, we have a very strong correlation between the number of wolves in the population and the number of breeding pairs in the population at the end of the calendar year. If we did not have this, it would be much more difficult to meet that 10 breeding pair criteria, that commitment we have. But we do have a very strong relationship. An R squared in the little box there of 0.91 means that 91% of the variation in number of breeding pairs per year is directly related to the number of wolves in the population. So very high predictability, which allows us to manage for wolf numbers and also meet breeding pair commitments. So this is something else we measure. Canine distemper virus is a virus that I would say is eruptive in the population, particularly when populations are at high density, so wolf populations. So canine distemper was the cause of multiple population declines, crashes, you could say, in Yellowstone National Park. Generally, we've managed wolf numbers below carrying capacity. I'll throw a little range up there so you know about where that is, right around 200 wolves. What I want to show is that when wolves were delisted in 2012 and 2013, we reduced wolf numbers below carrying capacity, and you can see the number of wolves that were positive for canine distemper that we captured in the winter declined. Wolves were relisted in 2014. Wolf numbers increased above carrying capacity, and you can see the resultant increase in the prevalence of canine distemper virus from, around 5% to 70%. And so we were probably in 2018, had we not hunted wolves and brought the numbers down, they would have come down anyway. They likely we were on the edge of what I would call a population decline due to canine distemper virus, mange, and also other density dependent impacts like reduced recruitment, reduced reproduction. And so we've been able to stabilize that through time. You can see a slight increase in the population going into 2024, and a slight increase in the proportion of wolves that tested positive. We will continue to monitor that through time, but as long as our numbers stay around what we have set as our objective of 160, the potential for a canine distemper virus outbreak that would have any sort of population level impact is very, very low. And so that's a positive. We have stability, and our management has brought stability in a lot of factors, even within the wolf population. Another one that is of high concern, of course, is wolf livestock conflict. So this shows in blue the number of wolves in the population for reference, in purple the number of cattle that are verified or were verified to have been killed by wolves in the calendar year, and in red the number of wolves killed in response to those conflicts. So again, pretty stable up until 2014. Wolves were relisted. Wolf numbers increased, conflict increased exponentially in the number of wolves killed in response. By the Fish and Wildlife Service, while wolves were listed, increased exponentially as well. Wolves were delisted in 2017. We brought the population down and stabilized it. And you can see a quite progressive decline in the number of conflicts between wolves and livestock. I would call that success. For most years, without killing very many wolves. Now, last year we had a lot of wolves. We knew that if conflict began, we would need to be more aggressive in those situations, or conflict would be likely to increase. And so we were pretty similar to what the Fish and Wildlife Service did from 2008 to 2011. And we were able to continue that reduced conflict, but it took some more wolf mortality to do that. We expect that to decline this year, the number of wolves that die from non-hunting human causes, control actions for one, and we'll continue to measure what happens as we proceed. So I think one thing that is interesting about this process is every year it's like an experiment, right? We know our historic data, we run our numbers, we set a hunting season, and then we measure the impact of that hunting season very specifically with fine scale data. And so we're collecting a lot of information that helps us move well into the future. But there's a discovery process there, which I think has been a very interesting process as we progressed. So let's talk about hunting seasons. Last year, hunting seasons actually moved pretty rapidly. The mortality limit wasn't fully met, which is fine. It's a limit, not a specific objective that we have to hit every year. The only areas that were not filled were Hunt Area 12, which is the seasonal wolf trophy game management area, and Hunt Area 14, which is the area outside of Pinedale. Otherwise, the rest of the hunt area is closed, and they closed relatively quickly. And so very effective season, again, was part of the process for bringing the population back toward objective. And that was without an increase in hunting license sales, pretty stable through time at about 2,300 licenses. The mortality limit versus harvest, I like to throw up there. I don't really know the cause, but last year, and it might have been, right, because there were more wolves in the landscape, success rates were quite high. And so a higher proportion of the mortality limit was met. We do look at success through hunter surveys and pay attention to that in the early years. I'll say 2017 through 2021, you can see in the yellow, the number of hunter days per harvest was increasing every year. And if it had continued to stay on that trend, we may have found ourselves in a situation where the hunting system we have now wouldn't have been effective. But that's not what we've seen since that time. We've seen a reduction. In fact, the data came in after this was submitted in 2024. The number of hunter days per harvest was 364. So that's the lowest it's been except for 2017. And success was 2.8%. So a little higher than the year before, but pretty stable. So we're seeing wolf hunting continue to be, I'll say, attainable and useful in managing wolf numbers with the system we have in place. You can see high harvest last year in September and October, more wolves taken than in the later dates. It's largely because of the high success early in the season, closed a number of seasons. So there weren't as many wolves available to be harvested in November and December. So we continue to watch those trends just to see how effective hunting is through time and through the season, and how effective hunters are. I think we've seen an increase, though, through time, and people that are specifically hunting wolves that are enjoying that opportunity and spending a lot of time doing it. It's not uncommon for some of the wolves, when they're registered, for someone to say, I hunted 30 days trying to kill a wolf this year. So it's become an opportunity that's being well used, I'll say. And then we pay attention to age class at harvest as well, because that juvenile proportion of the population is really important for meeting our breeding pair criteria. So we pay attention to that. It's continued to be pretty stable when we've had September 15th openers. So about a third juveniles in September, a third subadults, and a third adults. So it's more skewed towards juveniles and subadults, but that changes as the season goes on. And that's one reason a September 1st opener, why we struggled the 2 years that we had those September 1st openers, because a larger proportion of juveniles were taken during those years, and we need those juveniles, so.
Mr. President, over here. I'm sorry to interrupt. I have a question that just seems real quick answer. And rather than try to come back to it, may I? Tell me how you define a juvenile, a subadult, and an adult, would you please?
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, a juvenile is a pup of the year. So it's a pup born that year. So it's less than a year old. Subadult is a 1 or 2 year old. Sometimes a yearling and a 2-year-old are somewhat difficult to identify through just, we don't collect a tooth to cross section and age it because it doesn't, although it would be interesting, it doesn't directly feed into any sort of management we have, similar to mountain lions. That age information, that specific age information is much more useful. For us, not required. So anything over 2 as an adult. Wolves will breed first coming into their 2nd year. So female first reproduction, if she's going to reproduce, because a smaller proportion of wolves reproduce than are capable because of that pack living nature. Only 1 female and 1 male tend to reproduce in a pack per year. So they would have their first litter, if they're going to reproduce, that year on their 2nd birthday. And so that's why we have that differentiation there for age classes. Is that sufficient? Yes, thank you, Commissioner Masterson. And so with that, we'll move on to the 2025 proposed mortality limit. That's really the primary revision proposed this year. So no verbiage changes or anything like that, just the wolf mortality limit. So these seasons, this limit is based on the best available data. I've explained where we collect that data and the fine scale at which we collect it. But this is demographic data on population growth, recruitment, mortality, a lot of the information I just showed. It aligns with population theory. So as we've measured the wolf population, looked at density dependence, looked at carrying capacity, looked at how populations should operate, what we see is that population theory that's out there in the broader scientific field really applies to what we see with wolves. And so we apply that, and we have the starting point that comes into pretty much every one of the calculations is our population at the end of 2024, which is the start of 2025, of 163 wolves. So that's what we had in the wolf trophy game management area. So to calculate the mortality limit, we really have 3 steps. We need a population objective. So we need to set that. We need to predict the impact of human-caused mortality. So how will human-caused mortality change the population based on what we've measured in the past? And we need to predict the non-hunting human-caused mortality rate. So we don't look at natural mortality. That's a question I get at times because it happens at a low rate and it's pretty consistent through time. So it's not a population driver. Human-caused mortality is. And so we need to know how many wolves are going to die from non-hunting causes so that we don't try to harvest wolves that are already dead and over-harvest, if that makes sense. So those are the 3 primary steps. So let's look at setting the population objective. I showed this graph earlier. This is the number of wolves on the horizontal axis, the number of breeding pairs on the vertical axis. And so the yellow line is really just an average. Again, our commitment is 10 breeding pairs. That's the purple line. So when you look at average, it crosses 10 at around 115 wolves. That would mean, about 50% of the time, maybe a little more. If we had 115 wolves, we'd have 10 breeding pairs. That's very low confidence. So what we look at is the red line. The red line is the 95% prediction interval is really what it is. And at 147 wolves, as I interpret that line, we can be 95% confident we'll have at least 10 breeding pairs. So that gives us a high level of confidence. Our marching orders as an agency have always been do not fall below 10 breeding pairs, do not fall below 100 wolves. And we committed to that in our management plan to ensure we have the numbers that does not occur. And so 147 wolves would give us 95% confidence. And so what we've done for years now, most since 2017, is we've looked at that 147, and then eventually it will come up. Essentially what we've done is added a small number of wolves on top of that and said our objective is set, proposed to be set at 160 wolves. That should translate to 13 or 14 breeding pairs, somewhere in there based on this, this graph. But what it does is it gives us a 95% probability that we'll have at least 11 breeding pairs, so that we will stay just above that minimum, a 95% probability, which in essence gives us pretty much 100% probability of having 10. And so this has been, based on the data I just showed you, working up to this, a very effective population objective. It balances a lot of the what ifs and what ifs on both sides. And so it's been very effective in providing the number of wolves, but reducing conflict, reducing other internal wolf population perturbations, so to say, like a disease outbreak. And so that was step one. Step two is predicting the impact of human-caused mortality. And so in this graph, you have the number of wolves on the horizontal axis. You have the percent mortality that it would have taken to stabilize the population every year on the vertical axis. So in other words, say there's 100 wolves at the start of the year. 10 are killed by human causes, and the population grows to 120. So in essence, you would have had to kill the 10 that were already killed, right? So the 10 died, and 20 more would have had to die to stabilize the population. That's a total of 30. 30 divided by 100 is 30% mortality it would have taken to stabilize. So that's how we measure that, and it just gives us a zeroing. Let's zero the population first. Moving the population from there is much more straightforward. So that's what this graph does for us. We draw the line for 163, right? We're just solving the equation in the box. Instead of X, 163 gives you 37.8%. So we expect that it will take 37.8% human-caused mortality from our starting population to end the year at 163 wolves. I'll summarize this in a table, and it'll kind of line out. So this is the number of wolves in the population. This is predicting the non-hunting mortality. Number of wolves, again, on the horizontal axis. This is the percent non-hunting human-caused mortality rate. So these are the wolves that are going to die from other causes and be unavailable to hunters. And you see a strong relationship here as well, which again gives us some predictability. And so we solve that same equation with 163, we get 14.2%. So hold that number and we'll just line it all together in just a moment. One thing I want to point out, so I explained this last year, when we were at 191, 2 wolves right in here, I'm using the pointer if you need to look over to your right. You can see the gap between the percent non-hunting human-caused mortality. So mortality increases, yet the mortality it takes to stabilize the population declines. And when the population's high, most of the mortality it takes to just stabilize the population is taken up by non-hunting human causes. So when the population went in 2023 from 163 to 192, mortality limits declined, okay? It seems counterintuitive. That's why I put this graph up here. We're down here now at 163, and you can see non-hunting human causes declined, but it takes a lot more mortality to stabilize the population. So when you're looking at the gap between the two lines, that's why our mortality limit proposal is going to increase this year compared to last year, even though we have fewer wolves. It's because we expect to kill fewer wolves and it takes more mortality. Kill fewer wolves for non-hunting causes yet it takes more mortality to stabilize the population. So you'll see an increase in the proposal. That's how those kind of ecological population dynamics interplay. And it is counterintuitive. And so I think it's helpful to look at both together and see how they work against each other in that sense. So let's put these numbers together. We had 160 wolves at the start of 2025. We predict that it will take about 37.8% mortality of the 163 to stabilize the population at 163. That translates to 62 wolves. We're proposing to reduce the population by 3 to go from 163 to 160. And so we add those two numbers together. Essentially, I just got ahead of myself now. Look at that. Essentially, what we're saying is that if 65 wolves die from all human causes, we should end the year around a population objective of 160 wolves. What we can't do is hunt wolves or kill wolves twice. So we need to remove the wolves that we expect to die from non-hunting human causes. That's 14.2% of the 163. That translates to 23 wolves. We take those out. And what we end up with is a proposed mortality limit of 42 wolves. And it'll come up eventually. Eventually. Or maybe it disappeared somewhere along the way. So 42 wolves. So that's our proposed mortality limit for the trophy game area. What we've always done in the past is added 2 additional wolves for the seasonal area to have an open hunting season from October 15th to the end of December there. So the total mortality limit proposal is 44 wolves. And so we propose primarily to distribute that mortality limit based on where the wolves are. So we look at our regions, we look at our hunt areas, we distribute that mortality limit based on where those wolves are, and this is how it plays out. So I don't show all the steps of we have X number of wolves in the Jackson region, and that equates to this mortality limit. I don't show all those steps, but this gives you the distribution, the proposed distribution across the hunt areas compared to last year and the mortality limit. There's one change this year. There's a proposal to combine hunt areas 5 and hunt area 13. This is the Lander region around Du Bois. And hunt area 13 for a number of years had a March 31st closure date. We've decided to combine those 2 areas, run it through December 31st, because we're not seeing the wolf packs that were present that were of concern for the Whiskey Mountain Bighorn sheep herd. That's why we had the late season. We haven't been seeing that for quite a few years now. So we're just stepping that back to the standard closure date. Here's proposed hunt areas. Again, we've combined hunt areas, but maintained the hunt areas so that we can have some flexibility in the future of redividing those hunt areas without having to go through a full commission process with a full identification of a new hunt area. So it's easier to, and more, I say efficient, effective to just combine hunt areas and run them as one unit. And so the only difference here is, again, hunt areas 5 and 13. The other hunt areas were combined in previous years. So we had a public commenting period from April 18th to June 10th, 8 meetings, 106 attendees. Cody was the largest. And through comments, we'll look at those. We always get a lot of really general comments for wolf hunting seasons. If you read through those, you'll see them, but they come from all over the place, which I find interesting. 34 different states, including Wyoming, 4 different countries, about a third of the comments from Wyoming. We get, again, topics across the board against trapping. We don't have a trapping season in the trophy game area, but you can trap in the predatory animal area. So we get just a lot of general comments as you go through reading those and categorizing them and assessing them. The ones specific to the hunt areas are primarily don't hunt wolves or don't increase the mortality limit, stop hunting wolves, right? We get a lot of proposals are not science-based, reduce the mortality limit, support proposed changes These are pretty similar to previous years. We've got a long kind of track record of these being our consistent comments. And so in summary, to close everything up, these proposed wolf hunting seasons, they're consistent with the commission's wolf management plan. Of course, that's something that outlines our marching orders. We do that so that it's obviously predictable to the public. When there is a management plan, the public knows what to expect. And so that's what we're implementing, right? And it's also using the best available science, the population theory I mentioned, and then that rigorous data collection. And we've used an adaptive management approach through time to really manipulate the population toward that objective, figure out the best way to do that. And for the last 5-6 years now, what you're being presented today is what we've been using. So lots of consistency. And so because of these things, we recommend that the commission accepts the proposal as proposed. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Mr. President, if I might. I'll just assume that he's going to let me. Anybody see him nod or anything like that? Thank you.
Got
it. Okay, let's talk about 8, 9, 10, 11. And we've got a start date of September 15th. And what was it, historically September 1st? Or we
October 1st, and then 2 years at September 1st, and then since that time, September 15th.
And we were getting too many juveniles killed at that point is why we moved it to 15th. Did I understand that right?
That is correct.
Okay, I think that, and I think that, I hear a lot about the whole elk herds changing their migration patterns up into the Grovant and all the through. And I hear that by, the elk are starting to leave there early and we're having a hard time trying to figure out which elk is which drainage coming into the feed grounds or coming out and what time they are. And I don't know if Cheyenne, I mean, she was trying to explain it to me up in Jackson. And I guess what I just try to, somehow we got to do this, the equation. And I would suggest the rest of the commissioners, they're trying to do a migration study up and to see where elk are coming from and how to get a better understanding of this complex problems. And I think that the commission needs to get behind this so we can get some good data from this, because if we're changing migration patterns and we're changing, it would give us a better idea to set these seasons. Because I mean, if we've got, and I don't know if I'm off, if we've got elk herds coming out fast because the wolves move in or, and then go into the feed ground quicker because of the elk, because of the wolves are pushing them out of there quicker, or they've just adapted, I don't know. And so what I would encourage is we're just going to have some sort of I don't know if it'd be helpful, Cheyenne, if we get some sort of for your migration study is that going to address a lot of it? Maybe get a better idea? Because I mean, obviously, I mean, the largest things I hear from is from folks that especially up in the Upper Grovant and all the through that, and then a few other folks that, hey, this is devastating the elk herd. This is devastating the migration. This is devastating the moose herds. This is the moose that we have up there. And we want more, we want to be able to be more mobile on be able to hunt some of these wolves that are in there so they don't, and you've heard it a million times. But I just wonder if the department, if what we can do as a commission to help resolve this problem with everybody. Thanks. Is that a question?
Yeah, is that a question? But I can, address it as an answer. President Jolovich, Commissioner Roberts. So that has been something it's happened twice with the Grove on Elk Herd came out early and never went back. And it's caused quite a bit of consternation. And so we actually have worked with the Jackson region in our section. We're fortunate to have multiple years of data on wolves, elk. And now we're going to be adding, I don't know if that's been approved, but potentially collaring 200 deer or elk, sorry, in that area to look at some of those migrationary patterns. It's more of a, not migration, it's wolves change elk behavior. We know that in distribution. The anomaly is these 2 years where they came out and didn't go back in. And so we've started analysis looking at that internally from a more holistic approach of not just wolves and elk, but also human impacts, weather, climatic factors. There's obviously some impacts related to when snow comes, when it stays, when it goes. And so we've started that analysis internally this summer, actually, to put together the previous data we have on that. And then we will be bolstering that with this additional collar data. And that's where I think the commission can support that.
What would you say that the commission needs to do? Because I mean, I really want to try to solve that problem. I mean, if possible, to get everybody on the same page up there. If there's, I mean, anything the commissioners could do to help the department, to help, I mean, it's, do we need to throw some more revenue at it? Where are we at on that? Because it's a very, very important issue, and it's not going to get any better. So anyway.
President Jolovich, Commissioner Roberts, I think the commission can continue to support the work to collar those elk, to see that through to fruition and our analysis. And then we'll be coming, I mean, it doesn't happen overnight. I know everybody expects things to happen overnight, but as we evaluate all these things, we'll be presenting to you and looking at those results.
And I know if we, we're scheduling a commission meeting, it would be very helpful if we could get the department to give us, all the commissioners, a tour of these different drainages and these different things, if they would be willing to do that to help us understand a little bit more, to make better decisions on that.
I'm sure Cheyenne would love to do that. Yes.
Okay.
And President Jolovich, Commissioner Roberts, if I could just add one thing, because we haven't talked about it a long time. Wolves, you'll hear it said, but wolves are different, lions, bears, they have juveniles at side, and that's how we prevent juvenile harvest, correct? Wolves are running a different system, and so wolf pups are essentially non-mobile. They stay either at a den site or what we call rendezvous sites until they can travel with the group. And once they travel with the group, they're really hard to distinguish. So it's not very useful to say, oh, you can't shoot a pup at side. It doesn't work that way. So, and those pups really don't become mobile till the first week around of October. And so until that point in time, the pups are at a determined location. They're generally much more easy to find and much more predictable. And that's why harvest of juveniles tends to be higher the earlier you go into September. And so that's part of the biology behind the concerns and why we've tried to balance opportunity that, like, say, a September 1st opener with biology and October 1st opener. And that's kind of, we fell at that September 15th opener. And just to provide a little background there, because since we made that change probably 6 years ago, we haven't really talked about it much. And so
I appreciate that.
Thank you for letting me take that moment.
We have a public comment, Tim Haberberger. Did I say that right?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you.
You can't believe how many different ways I've heard it, so it was perfect. Thank you for the time. I'm really happy that none of the quotas got lowered. Okay, I'm gonna say that first off. Now I want to go down to the science of it. When they come up with 10 pairs, I'm only going to talk about the area I know, the Grays River area. When they come up with this 10 pairs, I don't know when it went to come up with, 1995 when they first introduced, I don't remember. And 160 wolves. Our deer and our moose were not in the toilet. Our elk were not in the ditch they're in now. So if we're managing all wildlife, and these prey species have dropped in this entire area. Again, I only want to talk about the area I know, the Grays River. Why are we still talking about the same number of wolves when the prey species have dropped so much? 60,000 deer down to, Si said yesterday, 5,000. I didn't hear that number this year. I thought it was like 10. And moose, they don't really give the numbers that much, but we went from 60 tags to 8. We went from a 2-month moose elk season to 10 days the last 3 years, and the numbers did not move from last year to this year on those elk. So if it's science and we're managing all wildlife, I don't get it. I'm sorry. I'm confused. That's all I have.
Thank you.
President, can I follow up on that maybe and maybe ask some clarification? We manage that minimum pairs to make sure that we continue to have authority to manage those. If we go below that, then we can lose authority. And so some of that, our hands are tied a little bit. So can you explain a little bit of that, please?
Yes, Commissioner Jolovich, President Jolovich, Commissioner Bell. Yeah, those were commitments made in our management plan through the delisting process. And so those were, in essence, high-level discussions between the governor's office, the Fish and Wildlife Service to determine a number that would be sufficient to maintain management authority. I brought up before, there is a process under the Endangered Species Act that allows people to petition to list any species. And so it's a informal, in other words, you don't have to meet a certain criteria to submit a petition, but as soon as you do, the Fish and Wildlife Service has to evaluate what is going on with that species, the threats, the risks, and then come out with a determination. And so we constantly have that process, and we've gone through that process once since delisting, and that's actually in the court system. It was heard a couple of weeks ago, the assessment for that petition. The service said listing wasn't warranted, but those are the processes that have outlined what our commitments are in our management plan, and then the processes afterwards that put us in a position where we have to demonstrate what we've done, why we've done it, and the data behind that.
I guess I have a follow-up question with that. Now, the particular in the Grays River, that's pretty much on the line where just over the hill it becomes a predator, correct? I mean, you're not, I mean, that's right on that verge. Is there, you know, what, Grover, and then it comes across up, is there any way to move, you know, specifically move? I'm assuming that the feed ground is getting crushed up there in winter. And is there any kind of maybe a way to move that line down so that we can get some, without doing the 10 breeding pair, that would help take some of the relief off of that Grays River up there?
And so President Jolovich, Commissioner Roberts, that seasonal trophy game area is the area we're talking about that covers the Grays River.
Yes.
That line is set in statute, so it's a statutory obligation for it to be there. So if we wanted to change the line, that would be the process we would have to go through. And again, so wolves are designated. I didn't explain all the details of that, but wolves are predatory animals from March 1st to October 14th. They're trophy game animals the remainder of the year, so October 15th to the end of February. And so it's interesting. You have two openers in essence in that country. You have an October 15th hunting season opener, but essentially March 1st, knowing the public, listening to everybody, you have a second opener, and that's the transition to predatory animal status. And the public has been highly effective at removing wolves. Any wolves I know about in that area tend to get removed that year. Once March 1st hits through the end of the winter through predatory animal take. So numbers are in that area for the last 5, 6, 7 years have been low. But you know, we only manage that short season. So that might be a little bit of a long-winded answer, but that's kind of some of the details that I just skated over earlier.
I'm just wondering how we can protect that feed ground a little bit.
Mhm.
And I'm sure that, you know, I'm sure that it changes everything. If you could, please. Please.
Thank you for the time again. I don't want to confuse you. I feed at that feed ground. Okay? I don't have a wolf problem on feed ground. The feed ground's in a predatory area. It's just out of it. We don't have a wolf problem on Forest Park feed ground. It's the whole elk herd. It's the whole deer herd. It's the moose herd. It's the beavers. It's the rabbits. We have hardly nothing left down there. You understand when our deer leave the few we have in the winter, these predators got to roll over to everything else. Everything. I mean, I've been living in the Grays River now for 31 years. Been guiding out, fitting in there since 78. A lot of my time every year was spent on my own place up there doing beaver management control, and also with the Forest Service, Wyoming State Trails. There's no problem with it anymore. The cats have rolled over to eating beavers and elk in the winter. The deer are all gone. A rare moose calf is taken by a lion, but you misunderstood what I was getting at. Our herd animals when they come up with these wolf numbers, we had more of everything for prey species in this entire Northwest area. And all of them now are down. Oh, and there's a few elk herds around that are doing good. But overall, there's not a moose tag north of Jackson anymore? But they still got the same stipulation for the number of wolves. And I understand about, we got to watch so we can keep managing them. What you're going to have the public come in here, if this keeps going in a few years, asking you to list the mule deer and the elk and the moose, because there's none left. So we're going to have to protect them. That's what I'm coming from. I don't want you to be confused thinking that I'm saying the elk are hammering the forest people. They are not. We do not have a wolf problem on the Forest Park feed ground. We do not. We do not. They can come through there. They can kill elk, but they don't take up residency there. It's never happened. We've seen wolves on the feed ground. We have, but they've never stayed there and killed elk on the feed ground. They've never done it. Yeah, they pass through more or less.
And thank you for that. I'd always been an understanding that you were getting pretty much hammered up there.
no.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Mr. President, I'd like to follow up on that too. I appreciate you bringing that information to us, because those are very valid points. That when wolves were first delisted, yes, the ungulate population was doing much better, but as a result of them, devastating and preying on those animals for so long, during the delisting process, right, the number kept lowering and lowering and lowering. And then you throw grizzlies in the mix as well, right? So I think you bring up valid points for further discussion in maybe showing that the department has gone above and beyond of fulfilling their obligation and duty of maintaining those, but then also that the prey base has not been scalable. It is continuing to lower. So maybe that is something for further discussion and maybe changing whether it be boundaries, the legislature taking this up and changing boundaries of that trophy game management area or, lowering objective numbers. But I think those are very valid concerns, and I appreciate you bringing that information forward to us.
And I guess I'm just gonna have to be more clear. So on the Forest Park, past that is predator zone, correct? If you go south of that, that's predator zone. And if you come, if you go down the Grays proper, that's where.
Yeah, the feed ground is approximately 2 miles south of the line.
Okay.
So the feed ground is in the predator zone,
Okay.
year round.
And
2 miles, and like where I live at the Box Y, that's in the transition area.
I
Yeah.
understand. Thank
Yeah.
you. I appreciate that.
Okay, we have another public comment. Laura Pearson?
Thank you, committee members. Laura Pearson, State Senator. You can imagine what I have to say about the wolves. When they were introduced, we stayed up on our forest allotments up there by Daniel, Horse Creek, Roosevelt Meadows, Blind Bull. That was our allotment, our sheep allotment. We had a pack of 26 wolves on us and we couldn't do anything about it. And as far as depredation on a sheep herd, we got hardly any money in depredation because by the time the biologists got up there to verify, nothing was left. I think outside of the park, wolves should be considered a predator everywhere. There are cattle producers out on the drift that say when they put those cows out there, it's like a killing field. And they're having to hire extra staff to manage the cattle out on the drift. These animals should have never been introduced back into our ecosystem. I don't feel like. Anyway, they put us out of business. And just another example of the federal government and their overreach on the state of Wyoming. There are several other examples as well, but this is one. Thank you for taking my testimony.
Thank you. We have a Zoom. Darcy Rodebach.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for taking my subject. Do you want me to change any of my settings here? I apologize if it's not coming through. All right. Well, anyway, I'll give you my verbal information. I totally appreciate the work that the Game and Fish Board does. It's tremendous. There's a lot of controversial and hard work. I know that there's a lot of money given to the politicians, which filters down to the decisions that the game and fish commissioners make. So I speak to represent the greater number of Wyoming residents who are too disheartened by the positions that the commissioners are inclined to follow, to even listen to these proceedings. I am a taxpayer, we are taxpayers, we are residents. We lived here for 20 years. I hope that you will hear us and represent Wyoming in an unbiased fashion. Of course, Wyoming gets its revenue firstly from energy, but secondarily from tourism, which includes outfitters, bless them, but most of the 4 million tourists to Wyoming are not hunters. They come here in droves to experience Wyoming's Big Five, which includes the wolf and the cougar. That has huge economic value. We, the residents, choose to live here for the wildlife in large part. We live here for the rawness of nature. We don't want to live in a pussyfoot suburbanite area like all the rest of the states. We have the habitat. Please don't let the wolves be diminished. It's ridiculous. We don't want to live in a dead zone, which will occur with your culling and culling and culling of the wolf and the lion. The system is broken when the wolves are labeled as predators. They help take down the weak and the old. That's how the system works. It's not for, they're allowed to be shot and killed for sport or shot on site for predator management zones, despite the majority of public voices that are calling for restraint and reform. Thank you for listening to me. You have difficult decisions, but I hope you stop the culling. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another Zoom. Karen Amick. Nothing? Okay, well, we can move on to awards. Oh, we have to vote on that. So, vote on, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I'm gonna move to approve the revised chapter 47 gray wolf hunting season as presented.
We have a second?
Second?
Okay, any discussion?
Mr. President, I think that all the public comments that came in that were in the packet, as well as the comments we've heard today, Commission is well aware of those and of the concerns expressed. Agree, not agree. The fact is that we are bound by agreements to manage wolves at a certain level. And the legislature has done, as far as I know, what it can as far as establishing predator zones and trophy management zones, all in accordance with a very delicately negotiated resolution to prevent their listing. I hear everything that I get it, but the department staff does a incredible job of studying and researching in the field and at their computers to ensure that we comply with the agreement that we must abide by. And if and until that agreement changes, I feel we need to support the work of the people on the ground who have done great work. And I'll be voting in favor of this. I'm not sure what money I'm receiving filtering down from the legislature. Because I haven't seen it, but that is not influencing my decision. It's based on the science, the agreement, the law, and what I feel is my obligation as a commissioner. So with that, all I got.
Anything else?
I think Commissioner Masterson, Mr. President, if I may, I think Commissioner Masterson, you're being on the fish caucus is why you're not getting that money funneled down from the legislature. I don't have any further discussion. I want to echo Commissioner Masterson's sentiment that we have the best and the brightest available that are doing fantastic work on the ground and get us very, very valuable information and data to make these decisions. They go above and beyond to make sure that that data is consistent and they don't make these decisions just willy-nilly. They have a lot of information to back it up and a lot of time with their boots in the dirt. And I appreciate their efforts in doing that and compiling all this data for us to make this decision. And I think it's the right one.
Okay, we have a motion and a second at the end of discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you. So we have awards, recognition. Director Bruce.
Thank you, President, Commissioners. And that was an excellent presentation by Ken and Mark this morning. But I will have to say a highlight in the agenda today is this one for me. You'll notice that the crowd is quite different now compared to yesterday. And we welcome all the staff in red shirts in the room. It's really our time of year to pause and take a moment and recognize the exceptional work of our staff and be very specific on some of them and the teams and everything they achieved over the last year. But before we jump into the department staff awards, I'd like to start with the Industry Wildlife Stewardship Award. We started this award 5 years ago to really recognize companies that work in the state that really go above and beyond to address their wildlife impacts during their development. And so I would ask Powder River Energy Corporation, often known as Precor, to come forward. Today with us here today is Brenda Green, James Carland, and Luke Blakeman. That's okay. Maybe I wouldn't have had you come forward if I knew you were. You can sit too if you want. Okay. So Precor, I'd like to talk a little bit about their work with us. They have effectively adopted a proactive stewardship approach organization-wide with their environmental staff and consultants, and they regularly work with the department during their project and development to plan, avoid, and minimize impacts to sage grouse and other wildlife species. It is also common for the company to voluntarily redesign projects in the planning stages if it is determined that the impacts to wildlife and wildlife habitat will not adequately be mitigated. In addition, Precor has developed an internal training program for field crew personnel to aid in identifying and avoiding potential wildlife conflicts during field planning and operations. They have voluntarily developed and implemented their own internal avian protection plan and sage grouse protection plan. They're currently a member of the Northeast Wyoming Sage Grouse Local Working Group and have previously served on Wyoming's Governor's Sage Grouse Implementation Team. In addition, the company has partnered with the department to provide funding, supplies, man-hours, and expertise for projects which benefit wildlife in Northeast Wyoming, including burying power lines in sensitive sage grouse habitat and constructing nesting platforms for various avian species. Furthermore, they have voluntarily monitored sage grouse leks in the areas as well. So I really hope you guys will help me in a warm applause to thank Precor for really making wildlife and wildlife considerations part of their daily operation. We have one go. And then also a and if you have a few words, and then we'll get a picture of all the awards.
Good morning, or almost afternoon. I'd like to say thank you, and on behalf of Precor, the three of us would like to express our sincere gratitude for this award. It is really humbling for us to be recognized for our avian protection plan, and we appreciate that sincerely from you guys. This whole process began about 20 years ago when Precor really just started collecting data about its avian mortalities in order to make data-driven decisions and build the program. And that laid the framework for where we are today. But basically, we see this award and this recognition not as much about what we've done, but as what we will continue to do, right? We see this as a call to keep improving our efforts, keep improving our engineering and all of our processes that we have in place. So we are committed as Precor to maintain and remain a consistent and responsible partner in conservation with you guys. So again, thank you very much for this award and thank you for all that you do for the state.
Who's next? There's Alan.
Good morning again, Chairman Jolovich, Commission members, Director Bruce. It's my pleasure this morning to present two long-term employees with their service awards. The first up, I have Travis Trimble, which I identified earlier. Travis, you want to come on up? Travis is going to be presented with 25 years of service with the agency. Very impressive tenure. Travis began in 1995 as a seasonal at the Du Bois Hatchery, and he was there for 2 summers. After that, he was at the Auburn facility for a couple summers, 97 and 98. He spent a season with the spawning crew in 99 and was and then summer at Clark. And ultimately in 2001, he was hired full-time as a culturist at the Du Bois Hatchery. Du Bois Hatchery is one of our, all the hatcheries are different, but Du Bois Hatchery has a pretty heavy workload. And he was there as a culturist from 2001, 2008. And then he was promoted to senior culturist 2008. And he was in that position through 2012. In 2012, Travis lateraled to the Wigwam facility in the Bighorn Basin as a senior culturist. And then ultimately in 2018, he was hired into his current position as assistant fish culture supervisor based in Casper. I can't say enough about what the culture section does every day. And in my mind, you know, you hear a lot about our department being top in the nation, and I sincerely believe that, and also sincerely believe that our culture section is top in the nation. They do a lot of innovative stuff, whether you're talking about kokanee brood stock, one of the first in the nation. All the work they've been doing at the Spees Cool Warm Water Hatchery, really innovative. It's amazing what they do with a little at those facilities. And Travis is at the lead of a lot of that stuff. He takes on these big projects and oversees these big projects and does a top notch in everything he does. And really appreciate all his service to the agency. 25 years, pretty impressive. And thank you for all you do. All right. So we have another one for 35 years of service, Mr. David Zaft. Come on up, Dave. And Travis, I'm going to need that lapel back because it's got the diamond in it. All you get is rubies. So Dave began his career, well, first he received his bachelor's degree from Iowa State, his master's degree from Michigan State. He was hired as a biologist for the department in 1991 in Lander. From there, he went to in-stream flow biologist stationed in Cheyenne. Then he went to, in 93 through 96, he served as a fish population unit biologist. Then he became the supervisor for that crew in 96, served in that capacity through 2004. Then he became the aquatic assessment supervisor 2004 through 2007. In 2007, he was promoted again to Assistant Fisheries Management Coordinator, served in that role from 2007 to 2011. In 2011, he became the Fisheries Management Coordinator, served in that capacity until 2024, where he became the Deputy Chief of Fisheries for the Department of April of 2024. Can't say enough about what Dave does. If you spend any time around Dave, you know that mind does never stop moving. And he's always 2 steps ahead of me and keeping the ship upright. He has a tremendous work ethic, a tremendous dedication to the agency and to the resource, and is a significant asset to the agency. 35 years is a tremendous amount of service. And selfishly, I hope he makes 40. So Dave, thank you for all your service, and appreciate working with you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Bruce. It is my pleasure to present the Services Division Employee of the Year Award. We kind of lured him here under somewhat false pretenses, so I think he's probably on to us by now. But I'd like to have Nathan Lindsay come up to the front. Nathan started with us in 2022, which was the same year that we acquired the Ellis Ranch property at the southern tip of the Bighorns. So his initial baptism into the department was to get that unit ready for the public in the following year. He did a fantastic job with that over the next several years, working with the public, working with the department, and providing just a lot of habitat enhancement projects, leading the charge on some fencing issues that we had there, just a multitude of things to get that property ready for the public, and all the feedback has been very, very good up to this point. As you know, 2024 was a challenging fire year in the Bighorns and across the rest of the state. The elk fire erupted on the west slope of the Bighorns and proved to be a pretty formidable challenge. Nathan maintained constant communication with the incident command and kept everybody informed along the way, provided assistance where possible. That fire consumed nearly 100,000 acres. And that included a good portion of our Amsden and Kearns WHMAs. And in the midst of that, Nathan led the charge with a group of department folks to get up and basically rebuild 2 miles of elk fence over the course of a couple of weeks, which is a pretty massive undertaking under very difficult terrain. And that was important because as that fire ripped through that area, that fence was there to help prevent damage over the course of the winter. And they got right on it, and Nathan was just a huge part of getting that done. As a result of that fire, we also, as a department and a commission, decided to do some emergency feeding in the area for elk over the course of the winter. Nathan, along with other department personnel, were pretty instrumental in making sure that that was accomplished. And we were able to keep elk primarily off other lands and prevent damage over the course of the winter in a place where we've never fed elk before. So it was a massive undertaking. It took a ton of coordination, a ton of effort on not only the region's part, but especially on Nathan. Nathan is always willing to assist his colleagues and readily takes on additional responsibilities. His positive attitude and strong work ethic make him a valuable member of the services team. And it's for these efforts that are above and beyond his normal job duties that we've awarded Nathan with the Services Division Employee of the Year Award this year. Thank you, Nathan.
Good morning, Commissioners, President Jolovich, Director Bruce. We tried to come up with a ruse to get our Division Employee of the Year here, but there was no such thing going to happen. So I'd like to have Cheyenne come up and stand with me. She's not involved with landowner licenses, so we couldn't really pull that line. She doesn't set wolf seasons, although she's involved with it. So we couldn't really pull that line. She's not involved with mountain lion seasons. And so we just flat out had to tell her, you got to come to the meeting. So she did. So Cheyenne is our wildlife coordinator in the Jackson region, for you that don't know that, which I'm sure everybody does. But she started with the department in 2014 as an elk brucellosis GIS specialist in Pinedale. She was capturing elk and mapping out calving areas and seasonal movements. 2016, she moved to Pinedale to be the habitat biologist there. In 2017, she moved to Buffalo to be the wildlife biologist there. Then in 2019, she became the wildlife coordinator in Sheridan. And then in 2022, she went to Jackson. So while she hasn't held down as many jobs as Dave Zaft has, she's well on her way and only a third of the time. Prior to coming to the department, she also did a lot of wildlife biology work then. Just some highlights: Arctic wolves in the Ellesmere Islands, gray wolves in Yellowstone National Park, Sonoran pronghorn and Mexican gray wolves in Arizona, mountain lions in western Colorado, and grizzly bears in Alberta, Canada. So what you might notice is that she just can't hold down a job. So really the reality is that she looks for ways to fill a role and steps into them. She's been with our department for less than 10 years. She's moved around. She's always found a role, stepped into it, and filled into it. And so now she's serving in Jackson as the coordinator. And one other thing, just as a total side note right now, she can see me flipping my notes around here. She can see all my doodles on here. She's very organized, and she's tried to introduce me to something called Remarkable, which is technology. But that's just not going to work for me. So I just keep flipping notes around. So she just has to follow with me. So working in the Jackson region or in another state called Jackson, it's a little bit different than the rest of the state. There's a lot of challenges that come there. And she has stepped into the role of working with landowners, working with the community, working with wardens and with her peers, and really does a great job. And so, as you know, we recently passed the Feed Ground Management Action Plan. She was an integral part in the development and coordination of that plan. She stepped into the feed ground steering team. She brings energy. She refocused that team and brought a positive outlook, because as you can see, she's always smiling. And so it's really hard to like come into a meeting and be uptight about it when she's gonna find a half glass full look at it, and she's gonna get the work done. So now she's working with landowners in the public, the region, to work on the feed ground management action plans, which will hopefully be coming out in the next few months. So when you talk to our peers, they're going to use words like exceptional leadership, unwavering dedication, remarkable skills, profound commitment. And I just got to say, all those things definitely apply to her. She never comes with a problem without bringing a solution as well. And she thinks well outside the box to come up with solutions to make the department a better place. So throughout her career, she's led by example. She's not one that just says this is what we should do and doesn't step into it and do it herself. She steps up, does the job, and brings people along with her. She's a great leader. So I am proud to have her as the Wildlife Division Employee of the Year, and just glad she could be here to accept this award. Thank you, Cheyenne.
Good afternoon, Vice President Jolovich, members of the commission, Director Bruce. I'm pleased to announce that the 2024 Fiscal Division Employee of the Year is Josh Moulton, who I think I may have surprised with that. As you know, Josh is the License Section Manager for Fiscal Division. He's only been with the department for 2 years. He started 2 years ago as the License Accounting Supervisor, and he took over the License Section Manager job last April. That's a really complicated job. He filled in, replaced an employee who had been there a long time, who was very knowledgeable, and had to begin figuring out how to do all those things. Josh did a great job of that. He's a hard worker. He's very professional. He stayed positive and just kept his nose to the grindstone on trying to figure out all these very complicated systems. Josh did a great job improving communication and teamwork. He provides great customer service to our employees, internal customers as well as external customers. He's very prompt about responding to requests. And I've learned as I've started this job that there's no end to the crazy or complicated questions that come from the public and from our folks internally, and he does a great job of answering those. We had a few we had some employee turnover. We had a few employees leave. Josh took advantage of those changes to restructure a little bit to kind of adapt to changing priorities, which I thought was noteworthy. His job requires a great deal of collaboration with all kinds of people in the director's office, in wildlife division, the regional office managers, the application developers in the IT section, and the communications division. And Josh just does a great job of that. One of the examples of collaboration that was a real improvement this year is Mark Nelson in the director's office is the data steward and has to respond to all the public data requests. And Josh and Mark worked with IT to just develop some standard data queries and output so they could just provide that to everyone rather than having so many requests. So that was a good job. And his collaboration skills have been great. One of the really important relationships for the license section and for Josh personally is with the regional office managers. And for those of you that work with the regional office managers, sometimes they can be kind of a tough crowd. But I just have to tell a story. So last year, we attended the regional office manager meeting at the conservation camp. And if any of you have been to a meeting with, 25, 30 people, start of the meeting, you go around and introduce yourselves. And, hi, I'm Dirk, I'm the fiscal division chief, and move around the room. And I've personally never experienced this, but as they went around the room and when it was Josh's turn to introduce himself, all the office managers gave him a round of applause, which I'd never had happen at a meeting. So I think that speaks well to the relationship that he built with them. So in summary, Josh has done a great job. He's very deserving of the Fiscal Division Employee of the Year. And please join me in congratulating him.
Chairman Jolovich, commissioners, Director Bruce, it's my distinct pleasure to present to you the Fish Division Employee of the Year. This award, in my mind, is pretty significant because it comes from your peers, the people that you work with, and we have a lot of talented employees within the agency. So for one person to be selected amongst all those talented people is pretty impressive, and it's a hard decision when you have multiple nominations of really talented employees. So with that, I wanted to recognize and have Reed Moore come on up. So Reed is a native of Northeast Wyoming, Sundance. He's been with the agency for about 10 years now in multiple capacities. He's worked at as the bird farm technician, in Sheridan, fisheries technician, an AIS technician, and now he's serving in his current role since 2020 as an AIS specialist, stationed in Sheridan. So I mentioned, that this work comes from nomination from your peers. There was 4 people that worked collaboratively on the nomination for Reed and within different sections within the division. So he's highly respected within the division. I just wanted to read some of the excerpts from the briefly from the nomination. Reed's area of responsibility is far-reaching and one of the largest in the program, expanding from the Bighorn Mountains to South Dakota, Montana, and south to the Midwest. Overseeing the operations of 4 AIS watercraft check stations and 17 technicians. He has a lot of supervisory responsibilities, and it is one of the largest specialist workloads in the section. As you can imagine, Reed spends a great deal of time on the phone and behind the windshield on I-90 from Sheridan to Sundance, but does so with a sense of responsibility for resource and a great deal of passion for serving people. Reed is an active member of the Sheridan region, and I routinely get a lot of comments from the region on how much they appreciate what he does and how he helps out. He's always willing to provide a helping hand, whether it's covering the front desk, helping out at the bird farm or the Story Fish Hatchery, plowing snow in the parking lot, feeding elk. And although Reed has only been, like I mentioned, part of the department for about 10 years, he has quickly become a leader amongst the AIS and his peers within the fish division and throughout the Sheridan region. Reed is skilled in a host of practical areas, capable of fixing or building a myriad of things used in AIS inspections or decontamination processes. Additionally, Reed has admirable skills in working closely with the public, include people who are not always happy that they have to stop at a check station and get their watercraft inspected or deconned. Reed has proven to be thoughtful, level-headed, and open to considering the ideas and opinions of others. Reed has been instrumental in identifying ways to improve the AIS program and bringing others together to make change. With that, I just want to mention, Reed, that we sure appreciate everything you do for the AIS program. And that program in your region has expanded significantly in the last couple of years, and you've stepped up and made it work. So with that, thank you for all you do. Thanks.
Yeah, good job. Thank you.
Acting President Jolovich, Director Bruce, and members of the commission. My name is Ashley Leonard, and I'm the Education Supervisor. And today I have the honor of presenting the Communications and Education Division Employee of the Year Award to Parker Everhart. If he could come join us. So as a conservation education coordinator, Parker leads statewide conservation education efforts, oversees youth and family summer camps, supervises seasonal employees, coordinates the Inspire a Kid campaign, and supports school and community programs statewide. Over the past year, Parker has gone above and beyond in furthering the goals of the division and the department. His work is not only high quality, it is strategic, creative, and impactful. One of Parker's most notable accomplishments has been the creation of the Education Request Form. This is a tool he developed to help us better serve the public across our entire state. This system prioritizes programs that make the most significant impact and streamlines the request process for educators and organizes our internal workflow so nothing falls through the cracks. It even incorporates real-time reporting and multi-year data. This strategy has received national recognition through requested presentations to wildlife agencies in over 20 states and at the AFWA National Conference, placing Wyoming at the forefront of conservation education innovation. But innovation is only part of what makes Parker exceptional. You can tell he highly values accuracy and quality, ensuring every detail is clear, every system is functional, and every effort is aligned with our goals. Last year, Parker saw an opportunity to really improve the quality of our Inspire a Kid initiative and spearheaded an overhaul of the program's digital engagement campaign. This took a monthly newsletter and transformed it into a weekly content piece, with each quarter including everything from a podcast to crafts, recipes, videos, coloring pages, and so on. Parker also writes the Inspire a Kid column for the Wyoming Wildlife Magazine each month and works closely with the comms and marketing teams to provide engaging educational content. Parker is proactive in seeking feedback from his peers and supervisor on his work to ensure it's high quality and serving its intended purpose. Parker is also a true team player. When our division has needed support, whether it's staffing hunter ed classes, covering for roles during multiple vacancies, or jumping in to help with last-minute programs, Parker never hesitates to step in. He's always open to taking on new responsibilities and often brings new ideas to the table to address identified shortfalls or opportunities to better serve the public. Within our division, he's known for being dependable, a creative problem solver, and always willing to lend a hand. There's never been a moment where an ask has been met with anything other than a commitment to get the task done well. Additionally, Parker is a strong mentor, offering thorough and compassionate guidance to summer employees, the Wyoming Wildlife Fellows, volunteers, youth camp participants, and the Assistant Conservation Education Program, which offers leadership opportunities for youth who've attended our camps. Just as importantly, Parker brings an exceptional attitude to his work. Through team turnover, high workloads, and big transitions, he's been a steady, positive force, keeping morale high, putting the mission first, and supporting his teammates whenever they need it. Parker consistently uplifts those around him, regularly recognizing the hard work of his peers, and always keeps the team grounded in what truly matters. I appreciate how Parker's communication is consistently clear and proactive, always thinking ahead about the needs and expectations of both his colleagues and the public. Whether he's coordinating with teachers, mentoring staff, or creating automated tools to keep people in the loop, his thoughtful approach to communication is a standout strength and doesn't go unnoticed. We regularly hear glowing feedback from teachers, students, partner organizations, and coworkers alike. Parker is professional, respectful, and genuinely committed to ensuring that every person who interacts with our agency has a positive experience. Finally, Parker's leadership is quiet but powerful. He doesn't just talk about solutions, he builds them. And he doesn't just support the team, he strengthens it. In every aspect of his role, from strategy to service, leadership to logistics, Parker exemplifies the values of our division and the agency and is very deserving of this award. Congrats, Parker.
President, commissioners, I'm hearing a lot of common themes as we go through these awards. And the next one is no different. So this is the Teamwork of the Year Award. And I would like the following individuals to come forward. I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Nathan Lindsay, come back up here. Kyle Orduskin Sledge, Brady Roberts, Cheyenne Davidson, Daniel Wallen, Dylan Shearer, Gavin Daltrey, Jesse Niemeyer, Eric Maychek. These 9 individuals make up what we call the Elk Fire Elk Team. You heard quite a bit about the Elk Fire already, but I want to reiterate a couple of these notes. When that elk fire went through, you heard almost 100,000 acres was lost. And our 2 WHMAs, Wildlife Habitat Management Areas, saw a great deal of that loss. The Amundsen Creek Wildlife Area lost 84%, just over 3,000 acres. The Kearns Wildlife Habitat Management Area lost 65%, just over 3,000 acres as well. And with that loss, that forage that usually is a key piece of retaining the elk on those areas over winter was of high concern. So our wildlife management folks in the area developed a plan to implement a temporary supplemental feeding program for elk. It is important to note that they haven't had to do this in the area since 1978. And so without doing this, there wasn't a lot of expertise in the area. But these guys came together and figured it out. They surveyed for damage and inventoried the property needs. They purchased equipment and obtained steel drill pipe to repair the elk-proof fence. Thanks for the creative donations that some of them got. Once the pipe arrived, everyone immediately went to work. The elk fence was the most pressing issue at the time, and it really was a good example of all hands on deck, and they went to work to accomplish that. Many, many miles of fence were put up. And then came the time for feeding and acquiring the hay. And it's important to note that the idea was to keep the elk on the WHMAs and out of the private landowners' property surrounding the area, which they suffered a lot of loss, and to prevent those damage claims. They were able to do this and really bring in those surrounding landowners because of their past relationships with the landowners. The governor offered to do a public meeting up there and show his support, and I had the opportunity to attend. But it was evident at that public meeting that we did that those relationships were already established and all the communication had already been locked in. And it was so important that as they were feeding, there was a need to store feed hay on the private land, but they ended up not only storing it there, but also feeding elk there because those landowners were so cooperative from all you guys' past efforts. Over 800 elk were fed throughout the process. And overall, this just is a really incredible example of working together on a common goal, not letting division lines stand in the way, and just getting the work done. So please help me in congratulating this incredible team. And I want to pause right there and don't go anywhere. Nope, nope, nope. I'd like to add a few more to this conversation because they were really the boots on the ground and got the work done. But I'd like to ask the rest of the Sheridan office that is here today to come up as well. So Dustin, I know you're here. Tina Schmidt, come on. Tina, yes. And we just heard about Reed Moore. Any others? Noah, you're not getting out of it. Everyone come up. Because even though we highlighted the Elk Fire Elk team, when this wildfire was occurring, it is a very high pressure, stressful situation. They were getting hundreds of phone calls from hunters. It was right during hunting season, wondering, do they have a place to hunt? Is the WHMA open? And these guys really just stepped up and helped each other. I remember talking to Paul, who's now retired, and when I was up at the public meeting, and he was talking about how just the day before he was out on the WHMA letting elk out to help him escape. He didn't care if it wasn't a fish, and he just jumped right in. And so I think during these high pressure situations, you really see where the teamwork can excel, and they really stepped up into it. So I just like to acknowledge the whole Sheridan region for doing just that. Thank you. Thank you, guys. So next award, it's my privilege to give the Director's Office Award. A lot of people don't know this, but the Habitat Protection section is part of the Director's Office. And so I'd like Will Schultz to come forward. Will started his career with the department in 1998. But really the focus of this award is all that past work, but where he's been since 2022. I am honored to say that Will replaced me in the habitat protection section and has done an incredible job at filling that role. Will is really the department's go-to experts on projects that will affect wildlife habitat across Wyoming. His leadership ensures that project reviews are conducted thoroughly, fairly, and with an eye towards those important habitats. Will's work ethic is second to none, highly organized and deeply committed to completing assignments on time with the highest standards. He consistently performs an exceptional level. He proactively tackles a broad range of wildlife management challenges, collaborating closely with those project proponents, all to do this and to benefit wildlife habitat. In fact, he's so thorough, so organized. Sometimes I have to tell him, don't give me 110%. This project's only needing 80 because he really gives his all to everything he does. His ability to guide his staff, but also throughout the department, regional managers and biologists through these complex regulatory and biological considerations makes him just really effective in his position. He drives for continuous improvement. He's continuously looking for ways where the department can be even more effective in their reviews. He's really focused on the Industrial Siting Council permit process in this and committed to how we can work through that system better. Very importantly, he serves as a trusted liaison between those field managers and the director's office on a wide range of wildlife projects. And his firsthand field experience brings this high level of credibility and practical insight, which strengthens our mission, or the department's ability to achieve our mission. Basically, at the end of the day, I'd like to say that Will's job is hard. He's got a really hard job because he makes tough decisions daily that if they do not go in a favorable way or looked at or have the buy-in, we will get the call from the governor's office, oil and gas developer, another state agency, a federal agency, asking us about it. He has strict deadlines, sometimes in very short order to make. And Will is also one of those people that you can send into any situation, very high pressure situations, and he represents the department so well. Basically, if I think of Will's job, it's really where the biology meets policy for the department. I want to thank you for all you have done for the department and for me over the years, and please help me to congratulate Will. Next award, Lifetime Achievement Award. B, will you come forward? So I'll be honest, I didn't know B's last name for a couple years when I worked here because everybody just knows B by B. But she started with the department in 1987 and recently retired. I personally want to thank her for staying a few more months while we had a new wildlife chief to help him in his leadership transition. As you can imagine, I think it's 5 chiefs that you help transition, so you're really good at it. Yes, so we want to thank you for just taking a few months out of your retirement and helping the department. And it's that sort of thought process. She didn't even hesitate. Well, maybe just a little when I asked. But she's really centered on the department as a whole and not just her wildlife division. And we all see that all the time. When I was brand new 8 years ago, I had a brand new assistant. We were lost. I didn't even have a computer for a week. We didn't know who to turn to. And I remember meeting B and thinking, oh my goodness, because she just jumped in to help. And I told my assistant, there's this lady down the hall, this one hall, just go to her for everything. And that has really held true over the years. She's always there to lend a hand. She is a master at juggling multiple responsibility while consistently adjusting to changing and rapidly evolving priorities in a high-profile, stress-filled administrative environment. She has never shied away from any work, regardless if it is part of her regular duties or not. B just did it well. Thank you. B was the backbone of the wildlife division for over 3.5 decades. I'm not sure if I should have said that part. Okay. Providing exceptional support and leadership and accomplishing multiple aspects for the wildlife division and the department as a whole. B's intimate knowledge of the department's culture and the wildlife division needs have made her an invaluable part of the hiring process for all the vacant positions over the years. She has been a huge part of this, hiring new game wardens, including providing ideas on improving the hiring process and implementing changes in a timely, professional manner. So she starts out by helping with the hiring, and people learn right away that she's that go-to to go back for many, many questions. So she continued to mentor and assist folks throughout the division over the years. And she really handles all the behind the scenes stuff. I remember when I was out at a regional meeting, I had an employee say, B can help me with anything. She should just be the director. Yes. B's interpersonal skills are superb, and she's consistently interacting with the public in a high professional manner. She was relied upon as the go-to person concerning everything with wildlife, from procedures, policy, protocols, reports, team projects, directions, training. If you didn't know, you went to B. Due to her tenure and her excellent attention to detail, including reviewing and editing documents, reports, regulation, hunting season, regulation booklets, correspondence, distribution of information, and a variety of other tasks, this has resulted in a positive outcome for both the field managers and wildlife that they manage. Regardless of how busy she is personally, B never hesitates to help all who ask for assistance. In summary, B was, and I think she still is, a little bit, because I'm sure people are calling you, but a passionate, dedicated employee who has greatly contributed to the effectiveness of the wildlife division and the entire department. So thank you, B, for all you've done. Yep.
That's a large plaque. Vice President Jolovich, Commissioners, Director Bruce. I'm truly overwhelmed with gratitude to everyone who contributed to my nomination letter, whether by writing, signing, or simply sending support in spirit. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the contributors, I can just picture you all carefully fussing over every word, debating punctuation, fine-tuning the tone, and wondering, will this pass these standards? Well, you've mastered the art of speaking my language, and let me say, it absolutely does. It's beautifully written, full of heart, and carries just the right amount of flavor. I'm touched beyond words. I was happy to be the one behind the scenes, the go-to person working quietly to clear the path so those in the field could focus on what matters most, carrying out our mission of conserving wildlife, serving people. Over the decades, I've seen a myriad of wildlife issues, some recurring, others constantly shifting, and new ones seeming to appear with every sunrise. But what's remained constant is the chance to watch our team in action. No matter the challenge, they bring expertise, focus, and a genuine commitment to the work. It's been incredibly rewarding to see these dedicated professionals step up time and again and do what they do best. They truly are impressive. I'll be the first to admit, it wasn't always easy. The rules, the protocols, the tight budgets, and never quite enough red shirts on the ground could make the work challenging. But through it all, we showed up, gave it our all, and did our best. I can say with a full heart that I'm happy I chose to invest my 37-year life with the Game and Fish family. This place, these people, and this mission have meant everything to me. Any success I've had over the past 37 years has only been possible because of the kindness, patience, guidance, and trust of those who took me under their wings. So many of you generously shared your time and wisdom, instilling in me the values of the Game and Fish culture, teaching me the true meaning and deep responsibility of wildlife management, and most importantly, believing I could carry those lessons forward. I am forever grateful for that gift. I'm deeply humbled by this recognition, but the truth is, I was simply doing what felt right, listening, learning, caring, and speaking up when it mattered. There is truly no greater honor than being seen, respected, and valued by the people you work alongside. I'm incredibly proud of our team, and from the bottom of my heart, I miss and love you all.
Our last award is the Director's Award. This was hard to pick with so many good ones, but we are going to postpone giving this award out because this individual was not able to be here with us today. So I would rather wait till they're here in person. So thank you.
Okay, we'll break for lunch till 1:30. Will that work? You want to go a little earlier? Let's come back at 1. Okay, everybody, we're going to start the meeting here. Please be seated. You're up, Dan.
Got to push the right button. Excuse me. Members of the commission and people on their way in. My name is Dan Thompson. I'm with the Large Carnivore section. Here to introduce Justin Clapp, who's going to present most of this today. We're actually going to tag team this. Of course, we set mountain lions on a 3-year cycle with interruptions in between, depending on what might happen. So you don't see Justin as often as you might see Ken, but Justin's going to get up and talk about mountain lion management and what our proposals are for you. And then I'm going to talk about the public process and then probably have some questions to answer. I'll turn it over to Justin.
All right. Thank you, Dan.
Welcome.
Yeah, members of the commission, Vice President Jolovich. I'm going to talk about Chapter 42, as Dan said. Every 3 years, we do mountain lion hunting regulations. And this is that time of year, so let's go ahead and get started. just a quick outline. We're going to start by talking a little bit about our management plan, our current commission approved management plan for mountain lions, how it came about, how long we've been using it. And within that, we're going to talk about how we assess mountain lion populations in the state of Wyoming. We're then going to kind of summarize that, use that assessment to see what the statewide perspective is for mountain lion populations across the state of Wyoming. And then we'll move into the proposed changes in the public comment and then have some time for questions and discussions. Okay, so of course, in the large carnivore section, we manage a variety of species, mountain lions, wolves, black bears, grizzly bears. And but for mountain lions specifically, our management plan, the overarching goal is to sustain mountain lion populations in their core habitat at varying densities depending on the local management objectives. And this is really an adaptive strategy approach. It provides a lot of flexibility for managers across the state to determine what's in their best interest for how they want to manage mountain lions in specific areas. And so hunt areas are managed toward source, stable, or sink. And we have variations of those. You can say we want to manage with some stability, but we want to put a little bit more pressure, and that would be like a stable / sink. But the hunt areas, I want to talk a little bit about what source, stable, and sink dynamics actually means in ecology. So I'm gonna briefly talk about how mountain lions establish their home ranges and what that means for animals dispersing out of those. So mature mountain lions, specifically mature males, will establish home ranges when they mature. And those home ranges are generally sized in area based on prey availability. And this is not unique to mountain lions. There's a variety of species whose home ranges tend to be relatively large when prey base or resources are low. So like the work that we did in Southwest Wyoming, we had mountain lion home ranges that were relatively large because there wasn't a lot of productivity and we didn't have high densities of ungulate populations there. On the other end of that spectrum, we have areas with maybe a lot of prey base and a lot of resources, and those animals don't have to expand so far to acquire those resources. And so those home ranges are quite a bit smaller. And so they set these home ranges to acquire their needs for fitness. And basically what that means is once they develop those areas, they defend them from competitors or other mountain lions. They don't want other mountain lions coming in and eating their prey. They've established that home range and they defend it. The other reason that they do this is for breeding opportunity. So a mountain lion home range, a male mountain lion home range will typically have one or more female home ranges that are smaller that kind of overlap that, and that provides that breeding opportunity for that animal, and they defend that as well. So in a larger population where you have these home ranges of males that are established and these females within them, what happens when those females have kittens? They develop, they become subadults, and then they have to find their own place to live. So in an area that is lightly harvested or doesn't have a lot of impacts that reduces survival in that area, those dispersals will move and try and find other places to establish. And so mountain lions are really well known for having high dispersal capabilities. And that really is ecologically the fundamental portion of this idea of source, stable, and sink dynamics. It allows us to have certain areas where we put quite a little bit of pressure on cats. We can be pretty aggressive and we can reduce those densities. But on the flip side, we also have areas where we do not hunt cats as heavily, and that provides a source. So that female reproduction can develop those kittens and that they can reestablish. And this balance, as we see here in our management plan, is an attempt to mix source, stable, and sink dynamics for the long-term viability and opportunity of the population. We include our localized expertise, public desires, and attitudes in developing and making these management decisions, but that's fundamentally how we work with mountain lion management in Wyoming. So,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Justin. Mr. President, I don't know if it's same question as before. If I have a question that comes up and it's like right on that slide, do you mind if I just, can you go back one?
Absolutely.
Well, I guess probably didn't need to, but we heard this morning from Ken about wolves. And so I was curious, you said males establish a home range. Where do females fit into this mix? Obviously, you don't have breeding pairs of mountain lions. Do they establish a home range? Tell me if you would real quick, how's that work?
Yeah, absolutely. Commissioner Jolvis, Commissioner Masterson. these females will establish home ranges that overlap the males. And they're generally smaller home ranges, but they are mixed in and about those. So these male home ranges usually encompass one or more female home ranges for that breeding opportunity. But there is tolerance there to be able to breed with them. We're talking more about defending their home ranges from competing males and younger males and things like that that come in. So the female home ranges are certainly there, and they do tend to overlap the male home ranges. But if you look at maps from research or literature, similar to what you saw in Ken's presentation with packs of wolves, you see that they're relatively distributed without a whole lot of overlap, right? Wolf packs defend their territories. In the same way, at a smaller scale, mountain lions defend their individual home ranges. And while wolves have multiple members in a pack, and so they use that to defend those territories, but the fundamentals are the same. They're defending their prey base. They're saying this is the area that we occupy. And mountain lions are very similar, although they're isolated individuals on the landscape.
It's a Venn diagram.
Yes. Okay, so this is our current hunt area and management unit map of Wyoming. And as you can see, we have different color codings here, but we generally have 5 mountain lion management units across the state of Wyoming. And these are very large. Within those, we have 32 hunt areas. Now, for a lot of our ungulate populations, we have, 100 or more hunt areas. For mountain lions, we only have 32 hunt areas in the state. And they're large because they are supposed to be at a scale that drives this sourcing dynamic, has the opportunity for reproduction to occur, for animals to disperse outside of a hunt area into another one. But if I click this again, it should show the shaded areas, which is actually a pretty important part of our mountain lion management scheme. This is the area that we estimate in the state that's the highest quality or suitable winter habitat for mountain lions. And this is a fairly accurate estimate in Wyoming. Through time, we found that nearly 90% of all of our harvests fall within these shaded areas, right? So this is a very good estimate of the areas where we see good quality mountain lion habitat and the ability to reproduce and function this sourcing dynamic fashion. Within each of these management units, you can see that the ability for these animals to move along those shaded areas is apparent, and that's why these management units were structured this way. So for example, in the Bighorn Mountains, you see that habitat come down to the southern end in a pretty big area of habitat, and up along the front of the Bighorn Mountain Range. And so this is fundamentally what we look for when we look at high quality habitat in Wyoming. We also have areas that we don't quantify, large areas of contiguous habitat. It does not mean that there's not mountain lions there. It doesn't mean that there can't even be reproductive mountain lions there. It just means that across it, if we're looking at a statewide level, these are really the core areas that are going to support mountain lion populations long-term. So we have our mandatory checks when mountain lions are harvested, and we collect a variety of information, including the age and sex of the animal. The lactation status is important because it gives us an indication that it's a reproductive female and that she's had kittens. We look at the location. Selectivity refers to some hunting metrics. So if a hunter is looking for an older aged animal, specifically if that hunter was willing to turn loose say a younger subadult and said, I want to look for a big tom, a larger mountain lion, we ask questions about whether our hunters are selective or not. Methods, obviously residency and whether they use a guide or outfitter, and then some measures of effort, including the days hunted and the number of tracks that they've seen while they were out. And we compile all this data, and we do it again to match our 3-year harvest season setting schedule. And we do this to smooth out these anomalous incidents, like if we have a really low snow year and tracking conditions are poor, or we have sometimes low sample size in a few areas, it provides us an opportunity to acquire enough of this harvest data to get some real metrics and use those thoughtfully. And we do this as an assessment of trend. And again, we do it to determine what the harvest impact on our population function is. So probably the most common question I get as a large carnivore biologist is when I talk to the public and people approach me, it's a common question. They say, are there a lot of this out there? Are there a lot of bears here? Are there a lot of cats here? Like that's probably the most common thing I hear. And for something like wolves, obviously you heard Ken present today, we can do a very, very good job of nearly censusing our wolves. Mountain lions are a little bit different. They're extremely challenging to get actual numbers of. But what I found over time is that a lot of the time when I talk to people, the actual number that we might have is really hard to translate to them. So if I had a crystal ball and I knew how many mountain lions were exactly in one mountain range, and somebody asked me, how many cats are out here? And I said, well, there's 87. Half of the people would go, holy cow, we need to stop hunting. They're endangered. Like, what are we going to do to make sure that we don't damage this population? The other half of my constituents would go, holy cow, we're overrun. This is terrible. How can we get on top of this problem? And so when we think about the actual number of animals that's out there on the landscape, sometimes it's much more translatable to talk about this as far as population function. And that's really where source, stable, and sink dynamics come into play. We can say, well, this is a lightly hunted area. There's good reproduction. It probably serves as a source. Or if this is a sink area, we put a lot of hunting pressure there. It indicates higher mortality. It doesn't mean that we're going to extirpate cats from that area because we have this immigration that comes over to maintain these populations. And so sometimes that translates better. But regardless, we use these three primary metrics that were developed to build our management plan. And the first one is truly based on number of cats. So for our management plan, what the science behind it is what people did is they went out and they actually estimated the number of cats on the landscape. They got a number and they said, okay, this is what we're dealing with as far as an abundance estimate. And then they began to apply hunting pressure. And that hunting pressure, they measured it by saying, what's the mortality density, meaning what's the actual number of animals that have been taken through human-caused mortality, and how many of those had to occur before they started to see declines in population. When they reached those declines, then they backed off and said, okay, how long does it take for that population to recover, both in the number of animals and the age structure? And then they measured these two other metrics that were real indicators of how that population was functioning. The second one is the percentage of adult females in the harvest. So when you begin to put hunting pressure on a localized population, you'll see some subadults and you'll see some age structure. You'll see some older age males come in. But one of the latter things you see is adult female harvest. When people start harvesting adult females, that's an indication that that population is beginning to be suppressed. And just like any other population, reproductive females are a key component. If adult females are taken, then they're no longer there to reproduce and provide recruitment. So that makes sense. The third, oh yeah, absolutely.
Just with your permission, with your continuing permission, till you shut me down, Mr. President. Two questions. You've used the term subadult. What do you mean?
Commissioner Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson, that's a great question. Subadults for males are typically right around when they hit 3 or older. We consider them adults. That's about the time that they establish these home ranges that are mature enough to do that. For females, we base that on the reproductive status. So when we look at the lactation of a female, and it's about 3 years old, but it varies for females on their first reproduction. But even after females have bred and have kittens, even as they age past that, if they don't currently have kittens with them, you can still look at the glands and see if they have nursed in the past. And so that's typically around 3 years old. It really kind of depends, but generally we classify those subadults ecologically as animals that haven't quite established that home range and developed that area yet. They tend to roam around quite a bit.
Okay.
Sometimes they're more likely to be in conflict scenarios. They're more tolerant of each other. So they haven't really established that defensive, this is my territory or this is my home range yet. And so that's how we classify the subadults.
Second question is, you said that when the percent of adult females in harvest increases, that's an indication to you that the population in that area is declining. Did I hear that right?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Why is that? I mean, I certainly understand that you take more females out of the equation, you're gonna have less reproduction. I get that. That's, yeah. But why does the harvest of adult females, an increase in that, indicate to you that it's going down?
Well, I guess to answer that question, it is actually the removal of those animals when they come in the harvest, they're not there anymore. And so that is an indication that that the population is being suppressed. Like in kind of in real time. Now, if you're talking about availability, we have selectivity and some of those other things playing into it, right? If hunters go out, what are they most likely to encounter? A lot of the times they're likely to encounter subadults because they move around a lot. They're also likely to maybe be selective toward males. And so a lot of the time, by the time they get through and start getting those adult females and us seeing in the harvest, that's representative of what kind of like what's left out there, right? If you're going to harvest an animal and what's out there is mostly adult females and not adult males, or you've harvested or removed a lot of those subadults, that's what's available.
That's what's left.
That's what's left. Exactly.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. So the average age of adult females in the harvest, I think that's where I was at, tends to decrease as the population gets more reduced. And so if you harvest adult females and the average age is maybe 7, 8, 9 years old, those females have been out on the landscape. By definition, they're 7, 8 years old, and they've probably produced multiple litters of kittens up to that point. When you get adult females harvested that are younger, like younger than 5 years old, the likelihood is very high that they've probably only had 1 litter of kittens before they've been snatched up by harvest, okay? And so those are the 3 metrics, actual metrics that are specifically outlined in our management plan to help us determine the function of every hunt area that we assess. And again, this goes into taking the data. Mountain lion management, like other large carnivore management, is very unique and fun because we do use the data, the biological data that we collect from harvest, and we combine it with the ecology and what we know about population ecology and how mountain lions function as a species. And so it's really that combination that allows us to do this. And so we will classify these as a source population at the hunt area level to maintain or augment mountain lion populations with little human-caused impacts. Now, this does not mean we do not allow hunting. It just means that our hunting pressure is relatively light to promote that reproduction and dispersal from those areas. Stable is exactly as it sounds, to stabilize or maintain densities of the local mountain lion population. There's usually some age structure in that population, but it provides long-term stability and hunting opportunity for folks. And then we have sink areas where it's indications that a population is under pressure, that we have heavier harvest, and it's generally associated with some of these human habituation livelihood concerns, concerns about prey populations, and all the other things that would indicate desires to keep these populations suppressed. Maybe one more try here. Okay. And so I'm at a point now where I actually want to walk through an example because I've talked a lot about the metrics that we use and how we do it, but I really think it's beneficial to actually walk people through a couple of examples of the data as it comes in. And so I'm going to start with an example of a hunt area that we classified as a source. And this is in our Western Management Unit. And the first graph you see on the left, the larger one, we can see that our harvest limit or our mortality limit in this hunt area is set at 12 mountain lions. And over the duration of our management plan, we have not reached that limit. More typically, we harvest 4 or 5 mountain lions a year out of this hunt area. Now, the 3 graphs that you see on the right correspond to the very 3 metrics that we just talked about. And we'll start at the top. It's a mortality density. So the background on these graphs are shaded where the green areas represent what would be indicative of source function. The blue areas indicative of stability, and then the red areas in the background indicative of sink. And I don't have a pointer. I don't think I have a pointer. Well, for the audience, there you go. So we can see on this top graph that the bar graph that we have and the red crosses, which are the average for that 3-year cycle, are mostly all in the green. So in this area, given this level of harvest, most all of these red crosses and bars are in the green. That's indicative of not a heavy level of mountain lion removal, given the habitat that's out there. The second graph is the proportion of adult females harvested, and we can see over the long term, we have a lot of these overall averages in the green, again, meaning there's not a super high proportion of adult females that are consistently taking out of this hunt area. We do, however, have one, and this is just an example. In the very first year in 2007, we have a bar that's 50% adult female mortality. And that is, can be striking when you see that, but we always will refer back to the overall level of harvest when that occurred. And for that specific year, there were only 2 harvests. So to say that 50% of adult females is drastic could be true, but in this case, it's only a proportion of 1 out of 2 animals was adult female. So we kind of look at that and assess that in combination. If you have 50% adult female removal and you've harvested 25 or 30 cats, that is a very, very big deal and very impactful. So just something to think about. And finally, the average age of these adult females tends to be older in the green through time. And so these are the 3 primary metrics in our management plan to assess how this population is functioning. Now, we use other metrics. They're not our primary metrics, but you can see on this top graph, it's just proportionally the bold colors are adults. And we see that the harvest coming out of this area is dominated by adult animals, and subadults are not represented nearly as well as the bold red and blue colors. We look at the overall age of harvest, and the overall age is consistently greater than 4 years old. Older age structure indicates that there's more structure in that population. If you think about age structure, when you get into something with some moderate pressure, you're guessing about 3.5 years old is going to be your average age. But you can't harvest a 0-year-old cat. And you really can't harvest a 1-year-old because at 12 months, they're probably still with the female. So when you get down to an average age of between 2 and 3, that's a pretty clear indication that everything that's out there that's available is younger. There are probably going to be 7 or 8-year-old cats that get harvested that will draw that average age higher, but you're kind of at a floor when you get less than 2 years old because they're not legal to harvest. So just thinking about that. In this situation, we're right around 4 years old, and that indicates that we have some good age structure.
Justin?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. You made a reference to juveniles still being around mom at up to 1 year. Okay.
I guess, yeah, follow up on that. Typically dispersal or basically leaving the female occurs about 12 to 18 months.
Okay.
Female kittens tend to kick off mom a little bit later, closer to that 16 to 18 month. Males typically maybe a little younger at around that 12-month to 14-month, but that is generally the range from about 1 year to 1.5 years is when they're going to leave the female.
Thank you.
Okay. So the last graph that I have here is really more toward our hunting community when they want to look at the proportion of males that are 5 years or older. This is what some people might consider like a trophy animal or an older aged male. And we can see in this hunt area, there's a lot of years here, even recently, where we're at about 40%. So about 40% of the males are 5 years or older. And that just really indicates what a lot of our sportsmen are looking for in hunting opportunity in some of these areas. But a lot of these graphs get redundant. They're certainly redundant. We have 32 hunt areas. And so one of the things that we've done recently is to translate this information to something that seems to be a little more digestible to both ourselves, the regions, and the public. And that's to actually build some maps and show how these harvests play out through time. So the image on the left here is our previous management cycle. And I have plotted the harvest locations, and the blue circles represent males that are harvested, and the red circles represent females that are harvested. Pretty straightforward. But the size of the circle indicates an index of the age. So when you see very small circles on these maps, those are subadults, very young animals. When you see large red circles, that's an adult female. When you see the larger circles, those represent adults. And you can see all of the things that we looked at in the bar graph kind of combine and merge into these to see that harvest is not overly heavy. There's not a lot of markers on these maps, so harvest pressure is relatively light. And most of these circles are larger circles. They're older aged animals, although we do always see some subadults in the population because they're always going to be present as long as there's reproduction. So now I'm going to shift gears completely and give you an example of a sink population. And I use the Black Hills as an example because it's an area where we have 3 hunt areas where we've been putting some considerable pressure on mountain lions for quite some time. Again, we see on the left our mountain lion or our mortality limit has been met or exceeded at 24 mountain lions. Right up until about the last 2 management cycles, we've actually seen a harvest taper off. When we look at the mortality density in the top graph again, given the amount of habitat that's available, we see well into the red where the level of removal of cats would definitely indicate population suppression. The middle graph, we see the proportion of adult females harvested. In almost every single cycle, there's 2 or more years where greater than 25% of the harvest is adult females. So we're removing reproduction from that population. And we see generally that the average age of adult females is also younger. If I move forward to, is it going to show up? Try it again. There we go. Compared to our previous example, we can see the proportion of subadults in this harvest is drastically more. That's what's available out on the landscape. And we also see pretty high proportions of adult females. The average age is closer to 3 years old in this example. And when we look at the proportion of males that are 5 years or older, although this graph is scaled a little bit differently, but in this last management cycle, it's only at 5%. So about 1 out of every 20 animals that's taken here are 5-year-old males. So not as much availability for older aged animals in this population. Here's an example of that looking at Hunt Area 1, where we have the state line with South Dakota here, and Hunt Area 1 has the Bear Lodge Mountains on the top, and this other area that's kind of up against the boundary of South Dakota. Now, we get a lot of mountain lions immigrating into Wyoming from South Dakota. They don't harvest as many cats, and they have much more habitat. And one of the things that we can see here is even in the previous management cycle, specifically up in the Bear Lodge, we see a lot of large red circles, a lot of adult female removal. And the other thing that we notice about both of these graphs is that our harvest concentrates kind of bunches up against the state line. And that's a good indication that as those animals are crossing over, the young animals that are born in South Dakota, they're getting harvested relatively close to the state line. When we look at the current management cycle, we can actually see some changes in the actual numbers. There's much more harvest that occurred in the previous 3 years compared to this cycle. And we've also heard that on the ground from our managers that areas in the Bear Lodge are starting to see less tracks up in the northern portion, but we still retain that kind of bunching up against the line. And the majority of these harvests are represented by subadults. Now I'm going to quickly go through the area to the north and south because these are on the periphery and they're also managed towards sink population. This is area 32. And you can see on the left, lots and lots of small circles. This is dominated by subadults and animals dispersing out into these areas. And when we do have adults, we can see that they're often represented by adult females. During the current management cycle, we've actually seen that harvest come to a point where it's starting to taper off and those mortality limits aren't really being met anymore in this area. And that's indicative of this chart that shows the mortality for mountain lions in this hunt area through time. In similar fashion, if we shifted just to the south to the Newcastle side, same objective. We can see during the previous management cycle, again, we get this bunching of harvest up against the state line, not as well distributed. But compared to what we've seen during the current management cycle, harvest has really dropped off. And we had some of the lowest harvest in Hunt Area 30 that we've had since we started our management plan. So all of this to say that these patterns, and what I've tried to convince you, is that using these metrics and these patterns are reliable, they're repeatable, and we can use them to estimate the status of populations based on a combination of what we know about ecology and the raw data, biological data that we get through harvest. So I'm going to transition into kind of what this means for statewide harvest. This is from the very beginning of our management plan, and we see that we started just over 200 mountain lions harvested in the state in 2007. We've seen some fluctuations, but over the last 6 or 7 years, we've been averaging about 340, 350 harvests across the state. And while it's easy to look at this, especially the last couple management cycles, and say, well, it seems pretty stable. And especially when we get, all of the concerns, particularly when it comes to prey species and pressure on mountain lions, there's often questions about, can we increase this and how does this actually play out? Well, when we look at this statewide graph, it's really not a whole lot of overall across the state, we just harvest this level. It really is a reflection of some rotational pressure of mountain lions that includes the Black Hills, includes the Southern Bighorns, and mostly recently includes Wyoming range. And so when we apply all of these metrics to every hunt area, this is a figure that shows how our state basically plays out as far as mountain lion local population functions. Now, I just walked through the Northeast and the Black Hills, where we're successful in meeting those objectives towards sync. But as we saw, those harvest levels actually started to drop off. We would expect statewide harvest to kind of do that in tandem. But what happens is we have a lot of hunting community and a lot of pressure shifted to the Southern and Western Bighorns, where that statewide number might otherwise have dropped. We saw an extreme amount of pressure in mountain lion harvest in the Southern Bighorns, and it kind of maintained that 340, 350 level. We've always been fairly aggressive in the Platte Valley and those mule deer initiatives that started at the, earlier in the management plan, and then more recently in the Wyoming range. So I've kind of generalized the area where we have a lot of pressure on mountain lions. We also have the eastern front of the Absaroka range, where we see pretty good age structure and pretty good representation of source populations. So for the folks and the people that have concerns like everybody about trying to maintain and support ungulate populations in particular, I want people to rest assured that we do put quite a bit of pressure on mountain lions in most of the state. And the effectiveness of meeting our objectives has been well documented in using this methodology. So from a statewide outlook, I'm just recapping. We're meeting most of our local management objectives, and most of those are now aimed at suppressing local mountain lion populations. But there are some considerations to this as well. And the first one is that we only have 2 hunt areas outside of our Western Management Unit that even have objectives toward source. We have no source objectives anymore. And there's 2 areas, Area 5 and Area 6, that are managed at stable to source. So they want stability, but not necessarily heavy pressure as far as the regional objectives. And so we do push up against kind of the sideboards of our management plan and trying to maintain that balance. But we also have the flexibility to put that pressure on those areas for various reasons. The next consideration is that shifts in mountain lion population age structure, which we've showed happens, and the densities do impact our sportsman opportunity for people who are passionate about hunting cats. And also it alters predator-prey dynamics, and in some ways, maybe in ways that fundamentally we really haven't thought of potential repercussions in that regard. And what I mean by that is that adult mountain lions shifting a population toward a younger age structure can have some implications for prey selectivity, and it can have implications for what's around that area and actual impacts to prey.
Justin, you said increased, if I heard you right, increased number of subadults has an impact on prey, makes perfect sense, but in what way? Are you talking about more taken, less? You have smaller cats, they can't take as much. I mean, just it's obvious to you, but what do you mean? What impact?
Okay, Commissioner Jolovich and Commissioner Masterson. Some of the considerations when we think about mountain lion densities and age structure, it is very, very obvious that when we remove a predator, it will no longer eat deer. If it's dead, if we've harvested it, there is some relief there for the immediate prey in front of that animal. When we shift age structure to younger animals as a whole, work we've done in Wyoming, work that's been published in Western Wyoming, work that we've done in Southwest Wyoming, work that we've done in Central Wyoming, in all instances show that males, and especially older males, tend to dominate larger prey, so they can eat more elk. Younger animals tend to almost exclusively eat deer. So these cats that are 2, 3, 4 years old And in the Casper area, 60–70% of their diet was mule deer, which is expected. As we shift toward 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old cats, almost 70% of their diet was elk. So in these multi-prey systems, there's implications for that. Younger age structured animals almost exclusively eat the smaller prey species, including deer. Any other questions on that? Okay. So I'm going to move into our proposed changes. We've identified 7 hunt areas for changes. Area 29 in the Hoback in western Wyoming. Area 28 is basically the Wind River Indian Reservation, and so it only applies to private inholdings within that boundary. Area 16 in central Wyoming, Jeffrey City country just to the west of Casper. And then most of the areas in the southeast corner of the state, including Area 6, Area 5 in the Laramie Range, Area 7 in the Snowy Range, and Area 25 basically east of Cheyenne. In addition, we have a hunt area descriptive change that we're proposing to change between Area 16 and 27. Now, this hunt area description change is so small, it is the difference between using the highway versus the river. And we wanted to use the Platte River because sometimes we have animals that die on one side of the highway versus the other. So a very minor shift, and that it will be reflected in that hunt area written descriptions, and that map will reflect those boundary changes. So in these 7 hunt areas that we identified, we're looking at a chart here of those hunt areas. All of those are recommended to increase those mortality limits, ranging from a single additional harvest up to 3 additional harvests, with the exception of hunt area 25, where we're changing that mortality limit from 12 allowable harvests to just remove that mortality limit as a whole. Now, specifically for that area, we generally get somewhere between 3 and 5 harvests a year. We've never approached that limit of 12. And so the actual impacts of that, some would argue, are up in the air about whether it's going to fundamentally change the dynamics there. But we also don't have a lot of contiguous core habitat modeled in that area as it is. And so like a lot of other areas like the Red Desert, we don't even generate enough data a lot of the times to make our population estimates in some of those areas that don't hold a lot of large scale contiguous mountain lion habitat. Okay, so I think at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dan. He's going to talk about the public meeting process and the proposals, and I'll be here to help answer any questions on follow-up unless somebody has questions specifically for me right now.
Oh, I thought you meant Dan Smith. Thank you, Justin. So Justin got to do the cool, sexy stuff I'm going to talk about. Maybe not as sexy, but extremely important when we do all of our management of wildlife in Wyoming is the public meeting process. I'm probably screwed this up. One thing that we run into problems with, not problems, but it's always sometimes not always, it's sometimes difficult to engage with the public depending on their perceptions of what's going on. So if people are happy, they don't come to the meetings as much, right? If they're not happy, well, you lived through that yesterday, right? So it depends on the situation. We had moderate attendance, the highest attendance there in Cody. That was specific to, or more specific to the what you heard about yesterday in chapter 44. The Wheatland meeting had 12 people. That was specific to mountain lions. That had a lot of interest from houndsmen and also some landowners and a representative. But again, we had people at every meeting, which is good. There's been years we've had 0 actually. So, but it's always a good chance to talk to people and explain, just like Justin did, what we're doing, what we're seeing. Dang it. So again, as Ken went through this morning, we go through and separate those by residency and whether they were organizations. Primarily, we had 2/3 of our comments were from residents of Wyoming. And of course, each submission might have 3 to 5 different actual comments within. So we separate those out within each submission. So the numbers on the next slide aren't going to match the 143, obviously. And then I know there was a lot of engagement directly with commissioners as well. And we're going to hear more of that after this, I'm sure, as well from the public. But this is what was submitted through our portal. The majority of those comments were in opposition, and we start breaking those down. Some of these are more specific to generalities, which was mentioned with wolves. Asking for maintenance of healthy populations. There's quite a few comments opposed to that unlimited hunt area 25 in the southeast part of the state. Which again, like Justin mentioned, that's not an area we actively manage for mountain lions, but it's still the notion of unlimited takes away management ability. There was multiple comments regarding science versus politics. Now, it's wildlife management incurs multiple different aspects of things, and we're taught a million years ago when I was in college, you're taught that it's 90% people management, 10% wildlife management, right? So that's why we're here with you and have this public process. Then as we went through, there was less comments. You'll remember after the winter of 2022, 2023, I stood up in front and we increased those mortality limits in the Wyoming range where the most mule deer mortality occurred by 50%. There was questions to reduce those temporary limit increases, which are currently proposed to maintain as they are. We standardly get some comments to stop mountain lion hunting, the use of hounds. There was questions on lowering limits. There was comments, or not questions, comments on increasing limits. And then they get smaller and smaller through there. But I think it's important to note that we read them all, we quantify them all, and then you get towards the end of female sublimits, support, increasing education. Now we're getting down to a couple comments each. But again, it's important to note that we read all those comments as you get them as well. If we look at the ones that were directly related to the specific regulations, it's a 90-10 split. Sorry if that gives any of you PTSD to say 90-10, but that's how they broke down. But I think it's important to, like I mentioned, we're trying to gauge as an agency, trying to look into how we can learn what the full public is interested in. And so we actually did a deeper dive. This was the Hunter Attitude Survey done in 2023 as far as management action specific to deer. One of the questions asked is, what are the top factors that you feel impact deer populations? The actual number one was weather. That was right after the apocalyptic winter, as I call it. But that's not something we can control, right? And so when people were asked what are the top three things that they wanted to see, and it comes up, and it will come up later, the notion of predation in relation to deer. You know, predation is something, killing a predator is tangible. Holding up a dead animal that kills another animal is a tangible object to many people versus waiting 50 years for habitat improvements to occur. So these are things that were brought forth in this Hunter Attitude Survey. We went and looked at the last 3 years worth of deer hunter comments, and actually predation was lower than I expected. I guess, but the point is we're trying to look at all these different metrics, and you have heard the polarity of these situations, and that's why a lot of the limits that we brought forth are closer to status quo than bigger changes. And so with that, we do not have any proposed changes from the department to bring to you based on this overall process, but we expected some discussion and questions.
Mr. President, this is question time, right? All right, Dan, thanks. All right. So I guess the first question I have is, so yesterday you sat through all of that.
Some of it.
Most of it, bless your heart. And
I was driving for some of it and lost service a little bit, so.
you know, we took significant public comment and department actually made, we made changes based on that. And then in this case, we had public comment and we didn't make any changes. And I guess that's maybe my first question. And I understand that. I've been a part of taking lots of public comment in my time, not just on this board. And so that's my first question. And my second question is the areas that we're asking for an increase, which is I think 5, 16, and 28. when I don't have the 24 results, but I have 21, 22, 23, and we didn't even meet those quotas, you know, in any of those areas. I thought, and we're increasing that. I guess that's my question on that.
Sure. President Jolovich, Commissioner Bell, areas 28 and 16, the central and the one that encompasses the Wind River Reservation. Those ones actually, I think those were achieved at least some of those years. And that was, those increases of 2 were, I know in area 28, that includes a bunch of fee land and some general interest from sports people there to have that opportunity for a couple more in those 2 areas. In the southeast part of the state, that was more so related to public pressure of the notion of too many lions. They wanted more pressure on the mountain lions, and that was a reaction to that.
All right. Okay. No. Great.
Mr. President, may I? Going back about the 5th slide, in regards to mandatory check and the data that's compiled there in methods, I assume that is to include whether it be like with a handgun, rifle, or archery. But does that include hounds as well? And if so, what percentage of lion take do you see with hounds versus what's not?
Great question, President Jolovich, Commissioner Haskell. So it does include both. 90 to 95% of our mountain lions are taken with hounds. We do have some people, there's some spot and stock opportunistic. It's not very much. And we do have some people that do a little calling every once in a while. They'll kind of ebb and flow. But yes, the strong majority are taken with trained dogs. I don't want to say just hounds. Some guys use curs. So.
Thank you for that.
Mr. President, I see Justin's hiding in the corner over there, and I'm gonna take his name in vain here and say
I do all the time. That's fine.
Deputy Chief Benfett had a absolutely wonderful presentation about mule deer and the crisis that they're in and the factors that have contributed to that crisis. And the thing that sort of strikes me about it is, if I'm remembering your slide deck correctly, Justin, the predation piece of all those contributing factors was actually a pretty minor chunk of this. So I get where public perception could be that there's too many mountain lions or there's too many whatever that's causing our problem. And it is, to me, it's really striking to see this data and to say it's just absolutely counterintuitive that, number one, that it's a predation problem and we're going to solve it by killing more predators, when in fact, if I'm understanding this data correctly, if you take more mountain lions, notwithstanding Commissioner Bell's point that we haven't even reached our quotas in these areas, that in most of them that we're talking about raising, which is interesting too. But if a lot of this is in sink areas and you're going to start producing, or, bringing in more and more young age class lions that, per Mr. Clapp's testimony, those are going to be but more likely to prey on the deer that a lot of the folks that are with this, like you say, holding up the predator. Even though it seems like a good story to say we're gonna harvest more of these deer predators. By harvesting more of these deer predators, you're actually increasing the deer predation quite potentially, if I'm understanding this right. Is that right?
Correct, Commissioner Mai. Yeah, that potentially you have that potential. Yeah, there's the potential there, and we've seen it in certain areas where you create a subadult structure, which actually allows for more cats and less cats that actually prey on elk. And that's why we do have that mixture with some stability in certain areas. But as you go on a statewide level, you have that potential, correct? It's not rocket science, but some days it feels like it. It's not as easy as kill X to save Y.
Anybody else? John, anything?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm struggling to figure out how to ask this question in a way that makes sense.
Really?
Which is, you know,
Surprising.
you've seen me enough that, if you remove adults from a home range, then the likelihood is, subadults will come in. Do I understand that right? Okay. So is it even possible to even come close to a guess as to what the impact would be of that group of subadults coming in versus the adults staying in on, say, a herd of 100 deer? I mean, is there going to be a net? I don't even know if you can answer this.
Yeah,
Is there
we're
going to be a
getting-
net more killed because you have more paws on the ground?
Well, sorry.
Do you know what I'm getting at? I don't know if it's answerable, so I'll just tell me what you think.
President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson, that is an interesting question. I think what you would see is differences in what the mountain lions are eating. And so an age structure that's older, you're gonna see more larger prey taken, like elk, especially, and we see this in a lot of parts of the state. I mean, the Jackson area, which is dominated by elk, that's what they eat, right? That's what's there. And so if you had a situation more in a lab setting, if it was just more young animals, 2 years of age, that was dominated by all that age structure, they are likely to kill more deer and other smaller size ungulate prey versus an older age structure that's gonna also kill deer, but also kill elk and other animals in different proportions. Now, we've only been studying mountain lions heavily since the 70s. And so when we started quantifying the amount of what they eat, a fundamental flaw is that we equated it to killing one deer per week. It's one ungulate size prey per week, but a lot of people have ran with that. For every lion you kill, you save 50 deer. It's not that easy. And then we don't need to bring in compensatory versus additive. But as Justin mentioned, in Wyoming, we see a lot of different prey selection depending on the area, depending on the age structure. I mean, in Southwest Wyoming, we had mountain lions killing 9% of their diet was coyotes, I believe, something like that. And so there's all these other things that come into play, right? It's not as easy as, again, for every lion you kill, you save 50 deer. And again, if it was that easy, we've been doing it. So, I mean, that's why we're here.
Mr. President, so, Dan, can you just maybe talk a little bit about what they've seen? You know, we try to use some of the states around us that do some different things as they look at us when we do. And,
Right.
and, I know that Idaho and Utah have changed their seasons and maybe not seen any more take. And so could you maybe talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. Sorry, Commissioner Bell. That's a very interesting question. So we actually went through a pretty wide scale analysis of deer across the West. And if you even look in can you pull that slide back up that shows statewide harvest, Wayne? Please. It was right in the middle. what's interesting is you see across the West, in a lot of different states with a lot of different management strategies, you saw this increase in mule deer. Couple more. It was right before the proposed changes. Oh, I can do that, sorry. I think one more. There. You look at that 23 to 2017 timeframe. Across the West, most states with mule deer saw an increase in mule deer there. And we actually charted mountain lion harvest with all those states. And it was either a converse relationship or no relationship. California saw the same thing without mountain lion harvest since the 70s. And so again, it's tough. There's constituents that are worried about mule deer. I'm worried about mule deer. I want to see mule deer, but differing strategies don't necessarily bring back the deer in the thoughts that they will, right? But I do think, I mean, that's why we still, like Justin mentioned, we're meeting objectives to suppress populations without the goal of extirpation, because that's not our goal. And I guess when you talk about Idaho and Utah that have went unlimited, they haven't seen any population rebounds in their mule deer. They've had localized situations, which we've always noted. For effective predator control, there has to be multiple things in place, which is why we supported the increase in the Wyoming range. The popular prey base was suppressed drastically. That's the one time you can use that to your advantage, and that's why we proposed those increases in lions, and we killed a lot of lions. We didn't see really any major changes in predation, but there were less chances for predation. We did saw an increase in predation in the Wyoming range on collared deer, but it wasn't really specific to lions. But we, again, the weather that we had saw the highest fawn ratio since the 90s this last year. Again, there's but the multiple factors at play.
That it? We have some public comment.
Thank you. The public comment will illustrate the interesting situation you and we are in. We hear the polarity of these, so thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Aaron Curlin.
Mr. President, Commission, Director. I'm Aaron Curlin. I'm from Wheatland, Wyoming. Been a houndsman for almost 20 years now, and recently became an outfitter. Rely on the lions for money, for profit, but I also, having boots on the ground, see the somewhat decline in population. I don't know much about the rest of the state, but the southeast portion, I see that the numbers are definitely down, specifically areas 5 and 6, where there's proposed increase. I hunt a lot in 6. It's right out my back door. And I think a lot of these proposals come from pressure from landowners and stuff that have seen pictures on trail cams of multiple cats in a water tank or something along those lines. And in those circumstances, it's usually a familial unit, meaning a female and, excuse me, and this year's kittens plus last year's young. There's not a cat behind every rock pile. I kind of wish there was. It'd be a lot more fun. And then area 5, spent a lot of time in that as well. And the number of cats there currently, it's almost concerning. Another gentleman that'll get up and give his testimony in a little bit has put on, 1,500 miles between cat tracks. And in my opinion, I don't know that we can afford to raise those. Area 25 going unlimited, I don't think that that's going to hurt that area at all. But those 2 areas specifically, I think it'll harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Haberberger.
Thank you. I'm here to just talk over on my side of the state, like I said, over in the Wyoming Range and the Grays River. I support the proposals. They didn't change them after the public meetings, which was great. And until our critters, our ungulates come back, and including our small game. You know, I have no beavers left along the river in my place. And it ain't hard to see it. I mean, you see the cat tracks and they drug the beaver up out and they ate it. You know, and it's not just that, it's rabbits. I got a mountain lion mounted in my one cabin. And I've been a houndsman for 62 years. I'm an old fart. That cat was run off of a snowshoe hare that just killed. Okay, they hunt everything, not just large animals. And why do they do that in the Grays River? Why? There's no deer in the Grays River in the winter. They're gone. They migrate out. We used to have a deer herd in the winter. We used to look for shed antlers and everything for deer. Not anymore, not for the last 20 years. So it's not just the large ungulates. They harvest whatever they can get a hold of. And like they said, the smaller cats go after deer. So if a smaller cat moves into the Grays River, whether it was born there or moved in from somewhere else, it can't go to deer. It's got to go to the small game. That's all they got. That's all I have. Thank you. I do have one other thing. I want to say it yesterday. Yesterday went on, and that's to Director Bruce. I love to listen to local radio. And when you're on our local radio station, thank you for being so upbeat. No matter what is brought up, it can be the worst thing that we can talk about. Let's say it, CWD. You're not happy about CWD, but your comments are, it's something we have to deal with. And I want to thank you for being so upbeat during those radio things you do with our local radio station. I want to thank you for that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Luke Worthington. There you are.
There I am.
You're hiding behind the podium from me.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here. President Jolovich and Director Bruce. As you guys, most of you guys know me, I'm Luke Worthington. I'm the president of the Wyoming Houndsman Association. And you guys might not know it, but being a president of Houndsman Association, I'm going to be gray in 2 more years. I get pressure from both sides, houndsmen, deer hunters, whatever. You know, we got hound guys going both ways on this deal. But here's some stuff that I'm looking at. You know, when we started this Houndsman Association, we became a 501c4. The first year, I think this is our 4th or 5th year being a association. Our first year with the commission, we brought in a pursuit season and had to go to legislation. And I was like, you know, if we have to go legislation, a 501c4, probably a pretty good idea. You know, it was hard to do, but we got it just because of the legislation stuff. And, you know, having that C4, when we were under attack at the Capitol this year, the Wyoming Houndsman Association showed up. You know, we had a predator bill trying to take the management away from the Wyoming Game and Fish, and we're not going to put up with that. It doesn't matter if it's grizzly bears, lions, whatever. The management's in your guys' hand through public comment. And we try to comment on these topics as much as we can. I try to get as much involvement as I can, and sometimes it's hard. We're a volunteer-based organization. We all work for full-time jobs. We're busy. We have families. None of us are paid to be here, but we show up. And I think that's very important that we show up and comment about our feelings, about these mortality limits, about area changes, all that stuff. And that's why we're here today. You know, houndsmen get a lot of pressure. The dog man part of us, we want to run our dogs, right? That's what we're there for. We want to see cats. Of course we do. And everybody's like, oh, all the houndsmen want to do is look at cats in trees and let them go. 95% of our cats harvested in the state of Wyoming are done with hounds. We are the people doing it, right? We are the main tool for mountain lion management And that's why I think our opinion should be very valued. We are the boots on the ground. You know, I personally try to spend at least 100 days a year hunting my dogs. And that's in the wintertime. That's not count summer. That's just lion season. I am a professional guide. And you know, when you have a client that's paying you for an opportunity, I like to give them an opportunity, but I also like to be selective. That opportunity in finding a big mature tom isn't there. We made proposals down in, we talked to our local game wardens and regional bios, and we made a proposal in area 21 and 22 this year, got with our game wardens and our regional bios, and I said, I think we need to cut back just a little bit. We have a super young population, the opportunity is not there. And they agreed. You know, they're like, they talked to us, and that's the cool thing about associations, because we can go around and talk to our local bios and our local wardens and kind of get a plan, like, what are you guys seeing? What are you checking in? You know, they all check in cats themselves too. It's just not the carnivore department. So we made a plan, and I don't see that on this proposal. And I kind of wonder why. We all kind of agreed on it, and I'd like to see some decrease in 21 and 22. These increases in area 5, 6, 7, 16, 25, 28, and 29. Area 7 just got moved up 1. There's 50% adult male harvest in that area. Good with it. Raised 7. Fantastic. Area 5 going 15 to 18. There's only 8 lions harvested. These are not quotas. I've been told this my whole hound career. These are mortality limits. A quota is an objective to be met. Mortality limits are, you can get to that number and still kind of sustain. In the last 10 years, we've gone from 14 stable populations, lion areas that were stable. Now we're down to 14 sink areas. We only have 4 areas stable or source. That's kind of alarming to us. Ooh, what else do I got? That's probably about all. Oh, in the regional meetings, we went to these meetings, we got to see the data. A lot of these areas that we're upping, like say 16, we're going from 6 to 8. That was 100% sub-male cats. Those are all under 3 years old. 100% of that quota was. That mean the mortality limits, excuse me. 25 is going to unlimited. There was only 2 cats killed in that area, and it was 80% sub and female. Area 28 went from 4 to 6. That's 28. It doesn't really affect. So I don't think. But yeah, look at I'd encourage you guys to look at the data, look at the science. We have a young cat population. I would say in all the areas I hunt area 1, 32, 30, 24, 21, 22, 23, 15, and 16. And I'm seeing a lot of young lions, and there's just not that adult ratio. And what I've been told my whole life by talking to biologists, especially carnivore guys, is when you start seeing that young age structure, it kind of shows me a sign that it's going to be gone. You're not seeing any adult cats. The structure gets younger, and the harder you hit cats, like Justin said, your age structure gets younger and younger and younger. And that looks like the finish line for us. So it's going to take us years to rebuild to get those mature cats. And also to go back on what they said about the young cats killing deer. You know, if it is a deer problem, we need older cats. We need a mature population to help out with that. But I'll stand for questions if that's about all I got.
Mr. Worthington, appreciate your comments. You spoke so quickly about a bunch of areas. You said this one, this one, this one, this one. I can't write that fast.
Yep, this is what I saw at the
Yeah.
regional.
Yeah.
Yep, sorry, Commissioner. Commissioner. Area 5 went from they want to raise it 15. It's at 15 now to 18. There was only 8 cats taken on the mortality limits. Area 6 is going up 3 from 18 to 20, and that was filled with 50% adult females. 50% of that mortality limits was females. Area 7, I'm not worried about it. It's going to go up 1. They have a great age structure in that deal. In that area, it looks pretty good. Area 16 is going up 2 to 6 to 8. It was filled 100% with sub males last year. So all young cats, all toms. 25 went from 12 to unlimited. Like they said, it's really not a mountain lion area. It's kind of like 24. You know, I don't see the purpose to make it unlimited when they're not reaching their mortality limits as it is at 12. They only harvested 2 cats in there last year.
Do you know how many were taken in 25 off the top of your head?
2.
2?
Yes, sir.
And sub-adults?
Sub-adult females, yeah.
In 2?
It was 80% sub-adult female, so yeah, sub-adult female ratio. And you guys could check with these guys to make sure I'm 100% accurate.
This is the 2 in area 25, 2 sub-adult females were taken? That's okay.
Oh, it was 50-50. Yeah.
Okay. Keep going.
That was all I had written down. That's what I mentioned.
29?
28, 29, I think 28 was went up 2.
Right. I didn't know if you had a comment on your opinion.
It went forward. I didn't have, I couldn't find the female male ratio on that one. I apologize. I don't have nothing written down on that line.
Just a little history, 21, there was 3 taken, 22, there was 3 taken, 22, 3 taken, 23, 2 taken, 2 taken last year, I think, in area 28.
Okay.
So it hasn't been a lot of harvest in that area.
And Mr. Worthington, before I ask Commissioner Bell about hunt area 29, the historical, before I ask him about that, what was your take on 29?
It was going up from 9 to 10 and it was 80% sub-adult female.
Okay. And on 28 and 29, I'm trying to make sure I understand. You oppose those increases?
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Thank you.
Would you mind, Commissioner Bell?
Sure,
if you
and I
have
think
them?
that 28 or 29, which is around Jackson, that Wyoming range one that we increased that, which was, I think we heard why it was justified or why, why the reasoning behind that. In 21, there were 2 taken. In 22, there were 3 taken. In 23, there were 9 taken. I don't have last year. This 24.
That was 24.
That was 24. Okay, 9. Okay.
Sorry.
So then, and the proposal is 10. So anyway.
So yeah, Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Masterson, Hunt Area 28 again it encompasses the Wind River Reservation, and the tribes do have a hunting season as well. And we coordinate with them if they have harvest. They had a native houndsman who retired recently, so they haven't had harvest for a few years, but we do have mountain lion activity in the riparian corridors. And so that was an opportunity increase. Area 29 in the whole back country was the regional game warden. There was people seeing a family group and just having that opportunity to maintain that pressure, but also increase it by 1 was the justification for that.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Well done.
Mr. President, Luke, I have a question or 2 for you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for all of your efforts and being engaged and involved. I mean, it's a giant undertaking and it's not easy to do. I know you've got a full-time job as a rancher and raising a family and dogs. That takes a lot, but without your involvement, a lot of this stuff doesn't get done and noted. So how many members do you have in the Houndsman Association? If you don't mind my asking.
We're almost up we're just about to hit 100.
Good for you. Very good. And I know that's not a very old organization, so good job for you, for all of your efforts in getting all of that involvement. How many of the 95% of the lions taken with dogs are members of your organization?
You know, that's hard to say. We do have resident and non-resident members. Most of our members are pretty hardcore hound guys. They get a good opportunity. They'll harvest a cat. And then I have guys that are strictly dog guys, you know? They're gonna take a cat when it's the best one they see. And I also have a lot of guides and outfitters, also members.
Sure, right. Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to get an idea of, you know, what percentage of these guys are, you know, organized and just others that are just kind of raise dogs and just kind of want to go do things on their own, but it's kind of hard to know that as well, so.
It is, it's, you know, then, just like I said, everybody has a full-time job, so it's kind of hard to get everybody to make the meetings and stuff and really have a personal relationship with your members.
Right. All right, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, Penelope McDonald.
Hi. Okay, I haven't done this from my computer before, so you have to bear with me. I'm, hello, President Jolovich, Commissioners and Director Bruce. I'm Penny Maldonado. I'm Executive Director of the Cougar Fund, and it's a privilege to speak to you today. Is this okay?
I said McDonald.
Okay, and express our perspective and concerns about the increases to the harvest limits for the upcoming mountain lion season. You have a rich and admirable history of getting behind evidence-based research. The Commission's support of Dr. Kevin Monteith's work with mule deer has been consistent and positive over the years. You've funded him generously and allowed him to bring his knowledge and expertise to your constituents statewide. We've all learned from listening to the presentation, and his work is a huge part of your research investment, and the results point to consistently towards fat stores heading into winter, maternal health and nutrition, fidelity to migratory routes that may be fragmented, late green up due to weather, and the usually compensatory predation by mountain lions. Predation is and always has been an evolutionary partnership with prey animals. They both survived for millennia, with ungulates developing the very adaptations that give them the nimbleness to escape simply because of coexisting with predators. There's more exciting science coming from within your department. Your own disease specialists continue to isolate and identify the spread and long-term threats of chronic wasting disease. It's being found in more herds that gather seasonally in close quarters. And a seminal study in Colorado gave promising insight into the role of mountain lions might have in mitigating CWD. We know that lions, as obligate carnivores and solitary hunters, ambush their prey to reduce energy expenditure. Weak and sick animals easily become food. Further causes of always terminal CWD is sequestered and denatured. I'm not good with a computer. Further study reveals that during digestive transition, the folded protein or prion that causes always terminal CWD is sequestered and denatured. Some residual can be found in the first scat following consumption, but findings indicate more than 90% is gone after that. Wyoming's Seville lab had similar findings with a bobcat. And right now, one of your most dedicated biologists is putting in hours and hours and miles to conduct best science by studying caches to collect data informing about lions and their relationship to CWD selection and mitigation. This was presented to you in April 2023 in preliminary form. These salient points relate to the science which the Commission and the Department proudly support, both financially and by your continued attention to the presentations by your professional scientists and by the questions you ask and the confidence you have in them. The North American model of wildlife conservation does not specifically address carnivores. So you actually have the opportunity to build ethical guardrails, protect mothers and kittens, and respond proactively to your biologists when they let you know when mountain lion populations are becoming destabilized, as they are now in many areas. I've tried hard to provide information based on data and not emotion. So now here are the asks. Please roll back the out of schedule temporary increases for hunt areas 14, 17, 26, and 29 as promised. I was actually in Gillette with Luke. I think we were the only people there, right? When those went into effect.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And the triennial report shows that continuing the increases could have an extremely detrimental effect on lions. The seemingly marginal increase in 5, 6, 7, 16, and 28 has a disturbing and recurrent theme, pushing limits slowly upwards because of the idea that there are more lions, even though the data indicate otherwise. For those of you that already know me, you will understand I cannot end without expressing deep concern for kittens who are born at any time of year. This is especially important given the increase in female harvest. Lactation is not the only indication of dependence when orphaning leads to inability to survive alone. The Commission and the Department have always strived to have ethical standards, and I'm apprehensive that the increases will facilitate more orphaning. The public process is a mechanism that allows you to hear all voices. We appreciate that very much. I've had the pleasure of writing to and often getting to know commissioners over the past 13 years, and I have confidence you will thoughtfully consider our comments. It's been a long couple of days for a volunteer body, and so I really do thank you.
Mr. President, I have one quick question. So a couple things there. I appreciate your comments. You asked earlier in your comments to listen to the folks that are professionals. They've given us a recommendation, but then your ask was to not listen to them and roll those back. So what would you prefer?
Well, yes. You have confidence in your professionals, and I don't agree with the proposals. But I think that I'm not sure why the proposals are coming up. I think there are outside influences, and that is actually a sentence that I didn't say. So I would ask you not to be influenced by calls to increase mountain lion mortality that may ultimately take away your authority to be responsible for Wyoming's wildlife. I think Luke said it for us.
Mr. President, no, I was just curious, does anybody have a map for the hunting seasons on mountain lion? I can't, is it just, Commissioner Haskell said that it's online on Game and Fish thing, but does anybody have a paper one?
It's on, if I may, Commissioner Roberts, I think it's on page 17 of that PowerPoint. Oh, okay. All right.
Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts would like the current hunt area map that is on the department's website posted so he could ask some questions referring to that. Is that something you can do, Wayne? Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, so 29, we're increasing it from 9 to 10. Is that what the ask is?
Commissioner Roberts, that's correct.
Okay.
The area 29, 26, 17, and 14 incurred a 50% increase in the Wyoming range. And that has remained. In addition to that, an additional harvest available in area 29. That's correct.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for everybody's indulgence. A long way to get a stupid question.
Public, Jess Johnson. Good afternoon,
Should have worn the heels. Vice President Jolovich, Director Bruce, Commissioners Jess Johnson, Government Affairs Director of the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. I think our close partners in the Houndsman Association sort of touched on a lot of what we agree with as far as the specifics of numbers and sort of what they're looking for. We would stand in support of what they're asking. But I'd like to give a little bit of a larger overview of this issue because it was a large portion of my life during the legislative session this year. And to give a bit of a sort of context of some of the pressures that we're starting to feel, large carnivores bring interest, emotion, and lots of anecdotal stories from citizens. And it's the amazing part of the large carnivores that we have in the state, and it's also probably one of the most conflicting parts because you get a lot of pressures from a lot of different ways because there is so much love and interest in these animals from very different people. That means when there's interest and there's human interest that politics get involved and politicians that hear and feel these pressures. This year, there were not one, not two, but 3 bills looking at pulling the authority that you all have to make the science-based decisions that you have and have been seeing, whether it's in the wolf stuff, whether it's in the lion stuff, whether it'll be black bears later this fall. So there's a lot of political pressure, and we really understood that. We did a ton of work, and to Luke's credit and the houndsman's credit, sportsmen showed up this year. But it wasn't just houndsmen, and that's what I think is so important about this. We saw species-specific groups that have nothing to do with carnivores show up and defeat this bill. You had Muley Fanatic Foundation's comment, you had us, you had American Bear Foundation, you had species that were not about lions showing up to defend your authority to make science-based decisions on lions. And it was because we recognize the expertise of people like Dr. Thompson, Justin Clapp, and others, and the work and the time that they spend and the ability to come to you guys and then have the politics come in. You guys get to deal with that part. So we called it ballot box biology this year, and we saw it at the legislative session, but every single one of those bills was pretty soundly defeated. And it was because a whole lot of people stood up in defense of your authority. And we will do that. The reason I'm telling you this is we're not going away. We will be here and we will stand every single time that comes under fire. That is a promise I can make from Wyoming Wildlife Federation, and I'm pretty certain the rest of the groups in this room will stand with me on that. Carnivores, as we see, are starting to be a bit of a distraction for our work on mule deer. I liken it a lot to the mistakes that we've learned when we talked about climate change. And I know I just said the word climate change in Wyoming, but I swear I have a point. When you have a problem that is huge and scary and hard and requires people to make sacrifices, it's very easy to say, I'm just going to stop using plastic straws and I'm going to be doing my part. Certainly, a little bit, it's helpful. But it is not the large scale problem. It's much bigger than that. I look at carnivores as the plastic straws of mule deer. It is habitat. It is the hard work. It is the making compromises. It's the giving up of things that we sometimes really don't want to give up. And it's rolling our sleeves up and sitting at the table in the Wyoming way. It is not this focus on carnivores that's going to fix our ungulate population. That's going to take a lot more hard work. It's going to take a while. That doesn't mean we should stop managing them, though. The management and the flexibility of management that our large carnivore section has put together is pretty incredible. And when it has to bend to political pressure, it undermines the ability for them to do actually adaptive management in the areas where we need it and where mule deer may or may not suffer from some of the decisions that we make. So I'm sort of standing here in support of what, well, not sort of, I am standing here in support of what Luke Worthington brought forward with the Houndsman Association. I'm also standing here with a sound promise that if you come under fire for some of the decisions made that is based in science and based by the recommendations, especially in the benefit of our mule deer, we'll stand with you. And we'll do a lot. We'll go a long ways. This is one of the hills I'm willing to die on politically for all of you. So I'm just saying that you've got friends here. You have a defense line. You'll see us at the legislature. Thank goodness we maybe have a 2/3 vote to get through on a budget session this year, which I'm really maybe preemptively wiping my brow over, and maybe I'll come back and really eat my words next summer, but I hope not. But thank you for the work here and the work of the large carnivore section. We really do have a gold standard here. I got to participate in the National Wolf Conversation, and it was a lot of opinions in a lot of places. But one of the most incredible parts was me being able to stand up and without a doubt say that Wyoming has the best large carnivore work in the country. That is not bias. That is just what I have seen, and I've seen a lot. So thank you guys. Thank you to the large carnivore section. And thank you to the houndsmen for bringing all the numbers forward, so I did not have to. But we really stand in support of that. And I think there's a lot of other people here that are willing to swing for the fences for that as well.
Mr. President, thank you, Jess. You're always great.
Anybody else? Yes, thank you. John?
When we're done with public comment, I have a couple follow-ups for one of our biologists.
Okay, we got a ways to go yet.
All right, no problem.
I've got a Zoom. Nancy Hilding? No? How about Darcy Rodenbach?
Hello. Hi,
Hello.
thank you for taking my suggestion. I totally appreciate everything that the Game and Fish Committee is doing. It's a very difficult work, as I've said before. And I'll be short here. I just want to appreciate what our prior presenter said to us. She was right on with what we're asking you. It's not about the mule deer as a predator, the lion being predator. It's really many, many different factors coming in to all our big game changes. So I just ask you here to allow the population of the big cats to restabilize. I ask you to allow the mature tomcats to come back by reducing the quotas. The Wyoming Wildlife Advocate residents want a healthy cat population, as your public comments precisely indicate. As Justin gave in his example as a source area for year 22-24, he showed us that the kills were subadults. They were smaller circles. There were most prominent were the larger circles were all female, indicating that there's significant changes happening from the prior years. So I'm just going to close with there's overwhelming opposition from Wyoming residents to destabilize the mountain lion population. Without mountain lions, we are gutless flatliners with no backbone. Please stop this takedown of Wyoming cougars. Thank you for all your work. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Aaron Amick? And still not Nancy Hilding? That's it? Okay, do we have a motion on mountain lion?
Mr. President, if you don't mind, I have a question for either one of our biologists. As I read the presentations, I'm looking at hunt areas 5, 6, 16, and 29. And then I look over at your map about source stable sink. Those 4 areas, 5, 6, 16, and 29. Do I have that right? Yeah, I do. Okay. See, they're colored as stable. Okay. So if we adopt those increased mortality limits, are we at risk of sliding into a stable sink, in your opinion?
Commissioner Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson, those mortality limits generally align with the objectives, right? So when you increase the mortality limit, that it lends more toward, if you're in a source area, more towards stability, and if you're in stability, more towards sink as you increase mortality limits. So it also depends on if those mortality limits are actually met and if they're met continuously. There's a lot of areas where we have a mortality limit that sits at one spot, and it is maybe met one year, and then the following 2 years it's relatively low. So it's very hard to specifically determine. We could look at the habitat estimates and basically what that mortality density that I showed at the very beginning of this presentation, where that might be. But it also is an indication and depends on what proportion of age structures come in. So we don't quite know that yet. But I will generally say that for the areas, like for example, areas 5 and area 6, their objectives, I believe, are stable to source. for both of those areas because they're the only two areas in eastern Wyoming that are towards source management in the Laramie Range. So to increase those mortality limits in those areas correspondingly is more to bring those out of that objective. And if they came out as stable, which I think they did, as far as our assessment, there's 32 of them. So somebody double check me if I'm wrong, but area 5 and area 6 came out as stable as far as the function. And so increase, so the objective is stable to source. The function of them currently is stable, and increasing those allowable harvest is an intention to bring those towards sink or maybe within stable, depending on how many additional harvests are there. But until we actually get the see how that harvest limit is reached or not reached and how the age and sex structure breaks down of those coming in, we won't be able to know that for certain until we do our assessment for the next management cycle.
Sure, and I understand why, I mean, of course you won't know for certain. I absolutely get that. I'm trying to figure out, I mean, we're all trying to predict, right? So I'm just trying to understand what the risks are, I guess. And you're the closest thing I got to an expert. Area 7.
That's a scary proposition, isn't it?
Area 7, I think the same answer applies. It's a stable sink right now. And it just strikes me that if you increase the mortality limit, assuming it were to be met, then you risk. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but you risk, you're kind of pulling it down towards more of a sink. If it's met.
So I guess in response to that, we have a lot of limits. Very rarely do we drastically increase limits. I mean, the 50% increases in the Wyoming range were really something different from what we typically see. A lot of the times we see mortality limits that kind of tick up, increase by 2, increase by 3. And a lot of that comes from sportsmen who are like, hey, but from what we're seeing out here, we'd like a little more opportunity, right? And so we increase mortality limits, and we've done that through time over, the last decade. We do allow more harvest now than we did 10, 20 years ago. But not all of those are drastic increases. And so for Hunt Area 7, though, it's very particular because they're right on the boundary on the southern end on the southern boundary of Wyoming and Colorado. And Area 7 has a pretty high mortality density, meaning we take a large volume of cats out of that area, given that it's not a very large area. And so, but in addition to that, it's kind of a unique area because the age structure is actually really strong there. And I believe that Luke talked about that a little bit. When we did that assessment, I was surprised because given the amount of animals that were taken out, you would expect that age structure to really start to reduce. But 50% or more of those animals were older aged animals. And so for that area, it's oriented horizontally. And there's a lot of movement of animals between Colorado and up to Area 31, which is the north of Area 7. So on the front range of the Snowies. And so it's our contention that a lot of those animals are moving in and along that. And so even though that hunt area is small, it gets relatively high hunting pressure for how small it is, but it maintains the age structure regardless. And so that is an area where we do see that we have pretty strong age structure, probably one of the better performing areas as far as older aged animals in the Southeast Management Unit. So the additional animal harvest there is probably not as large of an impact, if that makes sense.
And off the top of your head, Hunt Area 5, do you know what the age structure is coming out of that so far?
I'd have to look back at the report that we wrote, but there is pressure in Area 5 and Area 6 is what I will say. We do have some pressure in Area 5 and Area 6, and from the hunters that we see and the people that have talked here today, they are seeing that on the ground, and those are the concerns that they brought us is concerns about additional increases in Area 5 and Area 6.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, I don't know how I missed you, Daniel. Reedy or Ratty? McCready. I apologize
Oh,
for
no
that.
problem. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, members of the commission. My name is Daniel McCready. I'm a small water well drilling business owner in Laramie County. I'm a houndsman and I'm the vice president of the Wyoming Houndsman Association. I'm here today to voice my concern for all the proposed mortality limit increases for Wyoming, but primarily the southeast region, which is the primary region in which I hunt and pursue mountain lions. I've emailed all of the commissioners as well as Director Bruce, and I want to say thank you for the responses that I received back. Just want to start out by saying that these increases are not ethical, nor are they backed by science. Wyoming is geographically located between Colorado and Utah, both of which states recently did a lot to change their mountain lion management. Colorado tried to just stop hunting altogether, while Utah pretty much made it an eradication. I think Wyoming needs to stay where we're at, and that is both geographically and ethically between those two states. Let me see, I lost where I was reading, sorry. Sorry. So I said that I hunt primarily the southeast region. I hunt areas 5, 6, 7, 25, and 31. I was gonna ask if we could bring the map back up of those areas while I discuss my experience in those areas. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that or not, but I'll start with area 5, which is what I consider to be my home range. It's the area between Cheyenne and Laramie. Area 5 used to be, when I first started hunting, was a very, very good area to hunt. I started hunting with hounds in 2019, and we did not struggle to find cats during those years. One thing that I've seen that really affected that area was the COVID years. It seems like there was a lot of people that had a lot of time and extra money during those years to get guided hunts, and that area got hammered, and they were killing everything they were catching. And 3 years ago, when this was happening 3 years ago, to increase the quotas from 12 to 15, I was against it then, because I had had enough time in that area to see what was going on. And we were starting to see the decline of tracks and the larger cats in area 5. Changing it from 15 to 18 this year makes sense, where the last 2 seasons met the mortality limit or even come close to meeting it. So area 6, I mainly just hunt that when the snowy range and the area 5 close. I don't have a lot of experience in 6, and so it was more, I've chased a lot of bobcats over there, but never ran too many mountain lions. Area 7, as we've just talked about, area 7 is a phenomenal area. It is very fun to hunt. There's a lot of opportunity, and I feel like area 7 should be the model for the rest of the areas in Wyoming versus raising it. I think we need to leave it alone because it's obviously working. Area 31 is just like area 7 it's the same range of mountains, and the only thing that divides it is the high. It also is a phenomenal area to go hunt mountain lions. Area 25, I live in area 25. I'm neither for nor against changing it to an unlimited quota. I think it would take a lot of pressure off of us as houndsmen to make it an unlimited quota, because if the public doesn't know how many lions are supposed to be coming out of there, then they can't say that we're not doing our job to take them out of there. That being said, though, I think it would be more conducive to area 25 to make it a year-round season
versus an unlimited season, because most of the conflict in that area seems to come from the spring and early summer, in which we were just had a lion in Cheyenne the other day. And so that's been my experience, is that's where we see the majority of the lions in area 25. And I have harvested a lion in 25. This year during legislation, I, along with other members of the Wyoming Houndsman Association, took time out of our schedules to fight a mountain lion predator bill. We backed the Game and Fish and the science. History was made that day when hunters and anti-hunters sat next to each other and worked together to get that bill and its sponsors thrown out. Those mortality increases are primarily in the same areas that the sponsors of that bill reside. And I can't help but believe that these increases are a backdoor thumb to the nose gesture to those of us that fought that bill by a bunch of pouting politicians who didn't like their bill being beat. In closing, I put thousands of miles on vehicles, horseback and foot last season. I cut 3 sub-adult tracks in Area 5 all season, 2 of which had kittens in tow. I hunt a lot of private property as well as the public, and the lions are not there anymore. My concerns, if you pass these proposed mortality increases, is that number one, the existence of the mountain lions in Southeast region is going to be gone. My second concern is allowing state government to overreach. My third concern is lions being harvested elsewhere and getting tagged in unproductive areas, in the areas that have places to tag mountain lions. Another concern I have is there's a lot of depredation money being paid out to the private landowners. And I don't understand why we would be trying to kill more lions that eat elk when that's our number one apex predator on the landscape. I do fear that the federal government may get involved where we're so close to the Colorado state line, and Colorado just introduced the wolves and is doing everything they can to protect them. And I don't want to see that happen in Southeast Wyoming. And my 6th biggest concern is I want to be able to follow my hounds for many years to come. In closing, I'd like to please ask that the mountain lion management in Wyoming be left in the hands of the game and fish biologists, and to those of us that have boots on the ground and fill out the harvest surveys, not politicians with a picture of a mountain lion and landowners who can't tell a lion track or kill them from the predators or the predator kills, nor those that stand to gain economically from the unethical harvest of mountain lions on the landscape. Thank you very much for your time, and please make the right decision with Wyoming's mountain lion population. Any questions?
Mr. President, I do. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for going to the legislature and helping fight that fight and standing arm in arm with people that you typically wouldn't. It's not easy to do, but I'm glad that you're finding those opportunities to build those bridges and form unity, because that is very, very important. I have maybe a couple of questions for clarification. You said that earlier in your testimony that raising the mortality limits is unethical. I looked through the definitions and the regulations for the word ethical.
Well,
it's not in there. So can you maybe clarify that?
Yeah,
please?
I'm probably not the best at putting words together, and I'll be the first to admit that. Ethical might not be the best situation or best word for that. It was just what I could come up with in the heat of the moment, but it just doesn't sit well with me that we are raising mortality limits in an area that the limits are already not being met. I think that's what I was trying to say by not ethical.
And I can appreciate that. And if the limits aren't even being met yet, then what does it hurt? I mean, same case, I'm just.
That's a good question.
Playing devil's
I'm all
advocate.
for devil's advocate.
Right. I'm just playing that. And then also you said that these increased limits, these proposed increased limits aren't backed by science, but yet we had 2 biologists present those to us with a lot of data to support it. So, again, I understand, I appreciate your passion.
Sure.
And I appreciate the emotion behind it because it matters. That's something that I'm learning in this role is that somebody cared about this long before I ever came here to make sure that it was here. And I appreciate that. And it's my position, it's my obligation as a member of the commission, but also as a resident of the state to make sure that it's here for a long, long time as well. So I can fully appreciate your passion and your desire to make sure that this lasts and your references to Utah and Colorado. Yeah, they've not been a good example and we can certainly learn from them. And there's a lot of risks sharing a border with the state of Colorado. So you bring up a lot of valid points, but and you guys, your boots on the ground matter because you guys spend a lot of time. It's not your job.
That's
You
right.
do it because you're passionate about it.
Yes, sir.
And you care about it. And I appreciate that because you want it to be here for a long, long time, just like everybody else in this room does as well.
Yes, sir.
So thank you for that.
And when I say follow the science, I'm just going off of what Justin and Dan have presented us with. What happens when you take out the age structure or which age structures are being taken out. That's what I meant by that.
Sure. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we have before us, we're being asked to vote on to approve the revised Chapter 42 mountain lion hunting seasons. Do I have a motion?
I have well, I'm not sure how you want to do this procedurally. I'd like to make a motion regarding hunt areas 5 and 6. So I don't know if you want to move the entire changes and then hear the amendment or have me make my spiel and then go from there.
Mr. President, I would ask the Commissioner Masterson, just make your changes to the,
Okay,
to the
that's fine.
this, and let's just make it in one motion, if that's.
Okay. So in that case, I would move the statewide proposed changes as put forth by the department as amended, and the amendments being as to hunt area 5 and 6 is to revert back to the, in hunt area 5, 15 mortality limit, hunt area 6, go back to the mortality limit of 18. And I base that on a few things. But most significantly is what I hear from the people with boots on the ground. And the people who are out there and seeing things and you got those of you who are with the houndsmen and then, you see this in real life. And it concerns me, even though there's no ability to predict if 5 and 6 will slip it from stable to stable sink. We don't know. But it concerns me that there's a risk there. And in lieu of your comments, as well as the breakdown of the public comments, the written ones that were received that seem to be very much against for a number of reasons, all of these changes. I would make that motion with those amendments. I need you to know I am not disregarding, and I have heard the submissions of the department and I respect them. And I am a hardcore believer in science. But it is not the only concern that we have to take into consideration. So to my friends at the department, especially those of you who are experts, I respect your work. And I'm not throwing it out the window. But on those two areas, it just gives me the heebie-jeebies to do that. So that's my motion.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we vote on the amended motion?
Mr. President, it's the whole package
The whole pack as is?
as is with that amendment. Yes.
Okay, so all those in favor by saying aye, you vote?
Any further discussion on that after the motion in the second? I think it's procedure, right?
Oh, we need to have a discussion. That kind of was, okay. Anything? No? Can we vote, please? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We're done with, we have any more public at all? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
What?
I take that back.
I can't hear him.
All the public sheet.
I have and something I need to bring up, with your indulgence, Mr. President. But before we close, I have something to bring up if I might, Mr. President.
Okay.
And I failed, and I don't know how to address this, and I don't know what the legality is, that I'd failed to yesterday, in regards to yesterday's hearing stuff, I would have, and it was just my fault that I didn't direct the department to enter in to start looking at caps and for the landowner caps. And it was just an oversight on my part that I should have said, I wanted to give a directive to the department to look at exploring the landowner caps. And I don't know, Ben, can I do that now? And ask if there's a kind of a general consensus with, I mean, that's all we heard yesterday. And then I dropped the ball, and I should have said something for the direction. I don't know what the pleasure is with the commission on that, but I need to bring that up. We didn't want you to get away without
today, Ben.
It's your last, we want the last of the last here, so.
So, we've provided an informal opinion. And so within that opinion, we've described what's legally available to the department. So, upon request of the commission or the director, we would entertain, we're obliged to write a formal opinion. We'd have to run that through the Attorney General, General Justice Counts.
Mr. President, can I address? Yeah, so I think what Commissioner Roberts is saying is there were quite a bit of vocal support for a legislative cap yesterday during our discussion, and understanding, as Ben was just presenting us, that the commission doesn't have that authority. I believe you're asking us to communicate this to our primary legislative body, which I am assuming would be TRW, and ask for them to consider it.
Yes, thank you. Is that a formal I agree, or is that just not?
That's a formal, I agree with Commissioner Roberts.
I just wanted, is it just kind of a, okay,
Are we done?
All right, motion to adjourn.
We are adjourned. Thank you.